Okay, and we are live. What is up, my boyos? My buddy boyos. Woo, welcome to another SNI Sunday night incel. Zero people in the chat. Makes sense because it's the middle of the fucking day, so what I expect. But yeah, Sunday night incel. Starting early. Mostly because Face is streaming later today, so I might want to watch that. But otherwise, I'll stream as long as people can stand being in here for the most part. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the mystery gang for being in here, solving the mysteries. The mystery machine. Oh boy, last night's stream was a great fucking stream, dude. Phenomenal stream if you haven't watched it yet. Again, yeah, I always do two streams, Saturday and Sunday, right? SNI, Saturday and Sunday. Always do two streams, dude. Oh God, welcome to the Church of Inceldom. What's today's stream? Today's sermon. I'm sorry, sermon. Fuck. Nani? What is up, Dope Panda? What is up, my dude? Oh boy. If you haven't watched last night's stream, you gotta watch it. We kind of get off topic or get off topic toward the middle of it, but it goes really early on. It goes for a long time during it gets pretty good towards the end for sure, and then the middle of it and the beginning of it for sure. Early stream, yep, early stream. Might as well stream early. I've done it before, so I'll do it again. Give people some stuff to look at while they wait. So while they're here on a lazy Sunday. So yep, just streaming early. I got my schoolwork done for the week for the most part. I only have like 2 more assignments to do. So yeah. Dang, I actually wanted to go out to the lake and swimming and observing some Stacy's. Dang. Yeah. Always nice to do. I love that we have disagreements in this stream or the last stream. Yeah, it's good to have people on who have different perspectives than yours because it helps you learn about yourself, helps you learn about a different perspective, and also enhances your own arguments as well. Like if you don't know how to actually like argue your own point, if you're making a point and you can't actually argue it in a stream or on like a comment section, then you don't really know what you're talking about to some extent. Like if you can't really articulate yourself very well to like get your point across. I understand it's not something that everybody can do, but like you have to be able to like defend your arguments and defend your points in a way that's like persuasive and stuff like that. So spices things up, absolutely. Yeah, that's why I enjoyed that last stream. It was really good. Yeah, it was a really good stream. Hi, just finishing watching yesterday's stream. Was King of Garbage actually facing LMS incognito? Nah. He definitely come on before he definitely come on my stream before, but yeah, he's been here before. I like him a lot. I like having King of Garbage on. He used to be When Young is Dead, I believe, but he changed his name to King of Garbage. So, but yeah, he's a good guy. I like having him on. Going to cross over to Face's stream, yeah, at some point. I mean, I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stream for. His stream starts at 4:30, which means it probably starts at like 6:30. So I might just I'll stream for as long as I can. If a view count drops down to like nothing when he starts streaming, I'm just gonna go ahead and cut the stream short and just hop over there and just go to his stream. But that's kind of why I'm starting early just to get a stream in so before he starts streaming and stuff like that. So yeah. Facing LMS is streaming today. Will your stream last that long? I can't watch your stream. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. Early self streaming. Heard that, boyo. I would say analyze that type of person that guy you're debating is, and then act accordingly. Yeah. Try to catch me slipping. Ah, yeah. Yeah, Jack, you missed the best part of that stream was toward the end of that stream if you haven't watched it yet. If you haven't watched the rest of that stream, I would watch it. It's really good. Facing LMS promised to keep his stream short, 2 hours max, no longer abundance mindset for him. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. It's much harder to maintain a stream for a long period of time to begin with, because like you have to have enough content to fill in 6 hours or 5 hours of time. It's very that's why my Saturday streams normally last about 3 hours typically, or 4 hours, because like, we kind of run out of topics to talk about. We kind of have to like reconvene for next week. So, and stuff always happens throughout the week, so you always have new content to talk about and stuff like that. So it's always works out in your favor to kind of like cut the stream short if people aren't feeling it that week or that day. What's the point of continuing? You know. I feel like a lot of his problem with he would bring on audience members and stuff like that. So he would bring on audience members and they would kind of take up time, which helps a lot too, actually. Imagine how the black pill would transcend human existence. It kind of does. Like really, like a lot of the stuff we talk about really is like it applies to. It doesn't just apply to human beings. Like animals themselves, like lesser animals rather, they have the exact same, probably not the exact same problem like Incel them at the end of the day, but like there are probably animals left out of the dating market as well when it comes to like basic animals, like that fucking deer has bigger antlers than I do, so I'm fucked. Like they're not thinking that, but it's like that's kind of what's happening. So you gotta like drink more water and you will have more powerful streams. Imagine being mocked by a mortal cyborg, Chad. Damn. Yeah, tell me about it. Fucking damn. Yeah, we got like super off topic when it came to the George Floyd stuff. I was like, what the fuck? We got really off topic. We went like through the fucking weed for that shit. Oh, like holy shit. In fact, yeah, like just a matter of like the mouse utopia experiment just proves that like animals they leave out certain animals as well. So like the mouse utopia experiment were like the beautiful ones, and you have the animals that the rats that were repeatedly abused and stuff like that. Like to some extent, these are like this is the exact same problem. It's just like just for a lesser animal, like a animal with less stuff. So yeah, it's just kind of like. It's definitely something that's not just a human problem. It just seems to be like a problem for like for all animals, really. The Stuart Little pill is the greatest pill of all. Our very own mouse cell would be nothing without a Hot Wheels. Brutal, huh? Is there a chance for Incel to ascend with alien Stacy's? Probably not. Then again, they probably wouldn't know what the hell is an ugly human to begin with. Oh, wouldn't it be so fucked up if like the Chad look or something like that? The Chad look was like a something that like transcended, like not only did it transcend the like human looks, but like it's like any alien we could possibly breed with has the exact same standard as like, oh, you don't have the jawline and this and that. Wouldn't that be like so fucked up? Like we find aliens and they're the exact same as we are basically. It's like, oh, you don't have Chad jawline, or you don't have the like whatever word they would insert for Chad. You don't have a jawline, you don't have this, you don't have that, you're fucked. It's like, oh shit. I think Faith at least sometimes should stream fully drunk again in less like 7 hours. The best stream was one big ass stream where he went full drunk. Doesn't always have to be serious and fact oriented. Yeah. Drolix has had a video about short sales. I pour 40 for my short homies every week now. The real sub 6 wall was 6 feet. In fact, I watched this video today about China. I actually watched another video yesterday by The Economist about China and how they're fucked, and how like they're a demographic problem becoming more and more. A lot of people are talking about it now than they ever have been. This demographic winter they're having really is going to be a pretty damn brutal in the next 50 years, where they can't afford to like support their elderly population. So it's like, I don't know what the fuck they're going to do. Same thing for America to some extent. The only thing America has on its side is that they can have immigration from the third world and just bring them in here and then keep the population going. But that can also cause problems as well in the form of like displaced American workers, as well as the sort of like racial animus you have towards like people who don't look like you. Like whether we like it or not, human beings are still tribal. So like this idea that like, oh, you're if you keep bringing in immigrants, more and more immigrants, like you're gonna start displacing the local populace, and like people don't like, you know, and when things get really hard again, like when the economy finally takes the shit and crashes, like what the fuck are you gonna do? Like when like people don't have the same when like the problem with America always has been, always will be, is that the quote unquote the bond of being an American is it's very, very spurious. It's not really concrete. So it's like the moment you have any sort of issue, people will immediately break down towards either racial or ethnic lines, and you'll see a lot of sectarian violence to some extent. So, yeah. I think niche maxing is legit. Not all guys have broad appeal, so it would be best to market themselves to people who are more likely to date them. Yeah. I told you about laying flat. Eldar Revolution will not be televised. Yep. Yeah, that's what the video was about. Laying flat, men just like dropping out of society. And to some extent, like I understand the mindset. Like it's like I get it. I just don't have the type of personality where I can just lay down and rot. Yeah, I just don't have it. So it's kind of like one of those like I couldn't do that. But I don't know. I guess the thing got bad enough to where I literally had no other options. I was like, fuck it, I'll lay down and rot and die. But for some people though, like lay down and rot might be all they actually have to do. And truth be told, you don't really even have to like do anything for lay down and rot. You just like literally do nothing. It's probably the easiest protest you can ever do. It's like a when like the during, I don't know what the time period is anymore, but like the when people would what's it called, not boycott, but what's they call it, strike. Yeah, do a worker strike. It will literally do nothing. Fine, if you don't want to pay me more money, I'll just do nothing, and we'll just do nothing for like a month and a half until you pay me more, pay more money. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like shit. So which is effectively what the whole lay down and rot movement kind of is. So it's a form of strike. Do you know the German male model Leon Dame? Dame means damsel in German, who's renowned for his fierce walk, which broke the internet. What would you rate him? I have no clue what you're talking about. Being short is a disability. No one gives you credit despite what you do. Chad takes the lead, no matter his expertise. Yeah, it really is absurd. It's crazy how much more respect you get for just being taller, and how much better people treat you for just flat out being taller or looking better. It's like really insane. It's like you're I believe I forgot which king it was. It was a king in probably obviously in Europe, and his only like his moniker was like something. I forgot his name, but it was like something the short. So, but he was like one of the most like progressive and one of the best kings they ever had in that country. And the only thing he's remembered for is being short. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like he did all this great shit, and the only thing you guys remember him for is being fucking short. That's brutal, getting mugged in space by the thought of a human Chad. God. I mean, eventually the immigrants would breed with the Chads in America. It depends, though, because, like, whether we like it or not, people still, maybe behind closed doors, people still have this, like, idea of, like, racial solidarity, especially towards more conservative whites. Black people most certainly do have a very, very harsh, not harsh, but very, very solid racial consciousness for sure. Being black is a huge part of being black in America, I guess. And to some extent, you're going to have the counter to that's going to be, okay, well, being white also has to be an identity in America, so people might identify as being white too as well. You're sort of seeing it now with this a critical race theory stuff, where it's like, oh yeah, okay, well, if black people have all these grievances and black people are allowed to have this weird like idea about blackness is this and being black means this and being black means that, okay, well then don't expect the white people to just lay down and rot and accept that. Like, they're also going to have like, okay, well, if you can have a identity based off your skin color being black, then we can just as easily have an identity off our skin color being white. And it's like, it might become more and more of an in-group preference to be like, okay, well, no, I'm not going to like just like outbreed myself or breed out of the race. I'm going to breed with white women only or some shit like that. Now, maybe I'm talking a little too much shit here, but it's true. Like, you these things are kind of hard to predict, obviously, but like you could see a a backlash to like immigration to some extent as well. That's sort of why Trump sort of won actually, was that there's a huge backlash to like immigrants and immigration in America. Yo yo yo, what's up, Black Earth? Laying down flat like a plank of wood based. It's kind of like MGTOW. It's a natural consequence of people in response to an environment. It even has the easiest form of protest since it's just labeling what they want to do anyway, which is nothing. Yep. Will race really mean anything if all racial barriers to sex are disappearing because men can't get their own women anymore? It depends, because there could be a backlash toward that stuff too. Like whether we like it or not, like like this idea of like multiculturalism and the mixing pot and the melting pot, it's true to some extent. There's a lot of cultural exchange that happens in America, but people only like that stuff on like the periphery or like in the cities. When it comes to like the suburbs or the countryside, America's still a very, very divided country. The cities are the real mixing pots of America, and the everything else is very, very much like split. So there are black neighborhoods, there's white neighborhoods. You see this at a lunch tables in America. Actually, like people still separate based on race, or whether you like it or not. Now, maybe like Gen Zers might have a different view of this stuff. At least as of right now, though, like these groups are still fairly separated to some extent. I have a theory that pretty boys can get away with being short when it comes to attracting women, but they still wouldn't get respect. Light of the feather, stiff of the board. Laying flat because our batteries have run flat due to all the societal bullshit. I figured the same thing. Height, face, in my opinion. Even if you're ugly, you're at least respected. Yeah, if you're bigger than somebody else, people have to like respect that type of have to like respect that height to some extent. It's like, oh shit, okay, like he's tall, he's bigger than I am. Okay, so I can't just like talk shit to this guy because he can take me out real easily. You know what I mean? Like, he's some fucking short guy though. It's like, okay, like he might look good, but it's like I can take him out real fucking easy because he's so fucking short. There's a certain level of like respect you get for being tall, or taller than most people anyway. So yeah. Still remember the Alamooner. 2 full-time security jobs still broke. Fuck. I'm Alamooning. The Alamooner. Jesus Christ. I guess one of the worst parts about society is that we make excuses for people. So we make excuses for like everybody's bad behavior, and to some extent, I understand why we do, because like like there are generally pretty damn good excuses for why people do stupid mistakes and stuff like that. But like to some extent, though, like it's like what we were talking about yesterday when it comes to like trauma and like manning up or womaning up and accepting your trauma for what it is and like trying to overcome it. But like in the same vein though, like when somebody makes a stupid choice, like they didn't, unless they're like absolutely fucking retarded or something, I don't even know, but like yeah, you have to like look at the circumstances in which that choice was made, and you have to like sort of like go off of that as well. So like this is why like something like free will, or what we want to call it, like it doesn't exist, but we have to pretend like it exists to some extent, because like you couldn't have a functioning society without it, without like this concept of like accountability and like personal responsibility existing. Because like if you just allow people to do whatever they want and make any action they want, well, people are obviously going to do the most hedonistic bullshit they ever could to fucking make their own life better for the most part. So you basically, it's not so much that free will has to exist, rather like you have to hold people accountable for stupid actions that are just bad in general. So face gets you sex but no respect, height gets you respect but no sexual attraction alone. That's just being a millennial nowadays. Well, virgin Alamooners. It has sexual value too. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it works both ways. Like I'd rather be taller than, because at least at that point, like people aren't gonna like openly like disrespect you. But if you're tall with a good face, you got it all going on at that point. Like, let's share some memes here. This is one I flashed up for like a second yesterday, but I didn't really show it. Here we are. I'm ashamed to say Twitch is a platform that supports lazy females selling their bodies for cash. You're teaching little girls to sell sex because that's what's popular. Make them wear t-shirts and pants. Compete on the same playing field as men. Feminism is equality. Spread the word. Indie Fox, Janelle DeGrasse, whatever. 2017, 2021, Indie Fox .tv. Yep, not much has changed here. I wonder what the fuck happened. Like, what changed? It couldn't have been the massive amount of money that these docs were fucking making off of Twitch, and you just totally give all your really women don't have any principles to begin with, but like it couldn't be like you just sold your soul to the devil for a little bit of cash. Yes, obviously. I'm alamooning. Here's one here. This one's pretty good. How to be 90% more attractive with little to no effort. Brett Maverick. Yes. How to be 90% more attractive with little or to no effort. Yeah, it's like taking advice from like a multimillionaire about how to make more money. It's like, okay, dude, it's real easy to make money when you already have money. Like, it's real easy to look more attractive when you're already fucking attractive to begin with, dude. You're fucking goddamn your starting point's so much more different than everybody else's starting point. Yet you think like that's the problem a lot of times with this stuff is like people think that like, oh, everybody is just like me. So like if everybody's just like me, then that means that they can become more attractive by just wearing a coat or something like that. Like, well, that's not how fucking life works. Like, come on. Not that fucking simple. This is probably a fake news clip for sure. Pretty funny though. Man sentenced to death after failed suicide attempt. There's a smile on his face. He's like, "Thank you, God." He's like, he's like "Thank you." Why? Like, oh shit. He's like, "Wow, this is what I've always wanted." Oh shit. All genders are equal. Some genders are more equal than others. Feminist. Yep. Just wear a coat. Just wear vegan leather, bro. The funny part, though, is that if you're short and you have a good face, might have the possibility of people helping you out more because they view you as being more of a kid or a woman. How to be a multimillionaire. Wake up at 4 a.m., take a cold shower, meditate, read at least 1 hour a day. 1 hour a day. Do the Jeff Bezos $1 billion morning routine. Yes. Just be a maverick, bro. John McCain style, okay? Bruh. I would unironically rather be hated than mocked, to be honest. The fuck is this? Yes, good old Canada. Canada. Liberals propose hate speech bill with $50,000 fine with 1 year in jail. What in the literal fuck, dude? Like the amount of like white guilt in the fucking in Canada, like reaching like level that shouldn't even be fucking possible, dude. Shouldn't even be fucking possible, dog. Black Pill channel is being nuked. Who else got nuked? I know Tails got nuked, but who else got nuked? I'm probably next with my luck. Let's see what's next meme. Next meme. This one's pretty good. Here we are. Ah, yes, 8/2014. All right. It's kind of fat, kind of chunky, but she's not like, okay. She's like chubby here. All right, she's officially reached like a Landwell status here. Still has a dude in her arm though, so obviously maybe it's her brother for all I know, but it might be a dude. It might be like actually like her boyfriend, some shit like that. So 8/26/16. All right, well we're reaching like fucking hand planet status here, fucking this side of a fucking planet. Jesus Christ! And then 2017, you get fucking reaches a critical mass and blows the fuck up. Jesus Christ! Do you think a clash between Face and Dasher will happen again ever again? We need a round two. It might. I don't know. It depends on what the fuck they want to do. You know. Who knows? Hate speech will include criticizing the government. Yeah. In fact, has anybody seen the new terrorist guideline from the government? It's crazy. They actually include the word involuntary celibate in there as well. It's crazy. Mystery Tyrone streaming early and early. We understand you have a life, a subhuman envy. You're slaying all that roast beef. Oh my god. I'm thinking Arby's right now. The fucked up part of the hate speech laws would end up hurting those it's supposed to protect. For example, if a black man says the N-word, a cop has a good excuse to send him to jail. That's where it's in black pilled law. Faith will destroy him again. Brother Jack, praise be to Moody and Scylla. By August, he'll be streaming at 1 a.m. to time August. Oh god. Verily. Praise be. Yeah, imagine the clash between those two giants and Hamudi as the moderator. I would pay money to see that shit, dog. Dang, no. Here we have another meme here. Cream blushers using a fucking Bratz doll with their fucking icon here. I really couldn't care less about the sexlessness issue. Okay, but you should care about the fact of the matter that men are more lonely in general. Probably people are more lonely in general. But I'll skip over this real quick. For guys, that men always complain about. They don't realize that a large majority of them don't deserve to have sex in the first place. What do you mean by deserve to have sex? Like, what makes somebody deserve to have sex? Obviously, you probably mean like, oh, a high value man, be fucking attractive, yada yada yada. So that's what you really mean. But like, those are nothing that those guys did anything for though, except for being maybe high value. But looking good is not a byproduct of like, other than maybe working out. Looking good is not a byproduct of like, your hard work at all. You expect me to cry over anime fapping misogynists not getting their dick wet? Lol. Like, okay, well, and when they come for you, don't say we didn't try to warn you. Let's see. Snuggle that like button, boy. What's that American Black Pill? And the whole systematic racism thing got killed by black homeless. Rest in peace, Tails. Hopefully they have another channel up soon. Yeah, I saw that shit. I was like, fuck. My oofy doofy. A criminal justice student died in Chicago downtown. She believed She believes in the whole systematic racism thing that got killed by black homeless. Oh, that's what I'm like. What the fuck? I'm read that backwards. Like, what the fuck's going on? Maybe the real Nazis were the feminists we met along the way. Yeah, definitely. Dashboard not being black pilled. His streams make me feel depressed. The demographic pill is widely ignored. Actually, it's one of the most crippling black pills. It's true. There's a guy named What If Alt History. He has a lot of his videos. Like he has one about the why is America so crazy? Why is the world so crazy? And really, his videos are so good because he goes about over a demographic and how this is like a long trend that historically, like these type of problems are like not just a matter of like our current age, but it's definitely a matter of like, you know, as the population increases, you just have flat out have more issues and more problems. You know, like it's insane. You should definitely watch the videos about the problems of like demographics, stuff like that, and how it affects the economy and how it affects everything else, and the social ties and stuff like that. Social ties. What's this one here? My bad, but yeah, Paul Watson had a decent video on it to sum it up, and he provided other examples of similar cases. What's the channel name? Old History. Yeah, I'll link it real quick. Let me find it. So really, I like the channel a lot. I might even just link the video that I hold on. Yeah, here we are. It's I'll even link the video. He actually goes over. I'll link the video, and also you can go to the channel from that, obviously. But this is the really good video about the economic decline, the social decay, the demographic stuff like that. He goes through a lot of stuff about that. It's a really good video. Waking up to subhuman nightmare is the most crippling black pill, my friend. Yeah, especially the ethnic ones. Incel lives matter. Oh boy, yeah, I wish that was fucking true. Projective reality is the black pill. Boy, yo, how dare these start this early? Dude, I gotta do something, dude. I gotta like keep up with the facing LMS exodus for my stream. So if you learn social skills as a sub 5 man, they will hate you even more because now they have no reason to exclude you. Yeah. Hey, what's going on in here? What's up, drama dome? Dome. Yep. Dashboard pushes demographics, but says Oofy Doofy is real. He's purple pilled. Oofy Doofy's such a weird theory. I don't even understand that shit, dude. I have no clue what he's talking about at the damn time. Bro, post the times you're going to start the show. I did. I always post the fucking I will admit that this was a pretty impromptu stream. I might have posted this the link up like a half hour before it started, but yeah, I just posted it. Mystery has a life. Ice, he has a roast to display. Hey man. Faith and BBC. Oh god. The only legit new black pill is Informatics. Everyone else I've heard is coping. Oh, the only legit new wave black pill is okay, yeah. Goofy Doofy is BS in most communities. This is what we really want. Men only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting, or it's disgusting. It's a fucking nice house, car. You know, the nuclear family here. This is all we fucking wanted. This is all we fucking wanted. We couldn't even get this. Like we can't even get this. Like houses are fucking overpriced out the fucking wazoo. A new car costs like half your fucking salary. Good luck even finding a wife that's willing to give you fucking 4 fucking kids. And all you can do about it is lay down and rot. Like that's all you can do about it. Lay down and rot. It is sad though, because like it really is like this is what like at the end of the day when men like get past the fucking the fuckboy phase and this stop fucking everything that fucking moves, like this is what you really want, you know? This is like so wholesome and so So like it makes you want to work harder and stuff like that. And, you got your fucking lawn to cut on the weekends. And you get to see a family. You come home and see your kids grow up and send them to college, stuff like that. Like fucking Christ, dude, this is what men really fucking wanted. Instead, we have houses don't exist anymore. Your wife is fucking, she's gone. She'd already divorced your ass. Your kids hate you. Yep, it's over, dude. It's over. Cope. All right, dude. Not like we're slanging here. Wheat Waffles has some good Black Hole content out so far. Yeah, I like that guy a lot. We need to get an incel creator community going on. There's a lot of potential and lots of money to be made. 80% of men are incel nowadays. Damn, white picket fence. Sad Pepe. We have to go back. Nuclear family died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Oh, God. Dev Copper. Don't bug her. Good her. I have to tell myself we are in hell to cope. Make me feel like I'm in survival mode. I have ran oofy doofy tests in London. You almost never see sub-5s coupled with women. Oofy doofies are simply normies who don't gym max. Men just want basic. Yeah, it's really like, it is so fundamental and basic. Men just want, like, what is so wrong with wanting a wife, 2 kids, and a house and a car to drive and a decent job? Why is that so fucking controversial? Like, it's controversial because, like, oh well, you're a sub-5, so therefore you don't deserve these fucking things. It's like, come on, dude. Like, this is what men have always wanted. This is what's kept societies functioning and together and kept a sense of unity and solidarity. It's the fact of the matter that you had your own family and your neighbor has his own family, and that like there's a little crime because of that's a factor. All these different factors together led to a society that was like functional, and people were fucking inspired to work for the nation and work for the country and work for themselves. Like, and what you have now is like, oh, you have these aimless, like, lonely ass fucking men and women to some extent walking around the world wondering, oh well, for a woman it's like, I'm gonna travel the whole world and then settle down when I'm 35, and for men it's like, hey, I'm gonna fucking money max and fucking do nothing and then lay on the rot and die. Like, people have no fucking goddamn fucking there's no sense of community anymore. It's just gone, dog. Like, shit's just fucking dead. And people wonder why people are getting more and more fucking crazy out there, like, it never began. Yep. The game was rigged from the start. Absolutely. Like, being born in this current age, you fucking sucks. Like, you can't afford a house. You can barely even afford to pay rent on a fucking 1-bedroom fucking apartment. You can't afford a house. You can't afford a fucking car. Or your car's fucking old as shit. You work a dead-end fucking job you fucking hate. You have student loan debt. You have fucking credit card debt if you're fucking unlucky enough to fucking get into that fucking trap. And you have all these problems. You're a fucking debt slave, basically. You're a debt slave. You're a money slave. You're a slave to all these different vices and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, you come home to a 1-bedroom apartment, and you're drinking your fucking 40 because it's the only fucking cope you have left. You're just laying around fucking wondering, looking up at the fucking ceiling, wondering where the fuck it all went wrong. And then society tells you that the problem is you, when in reality, no, the problem is not you. The problem is that society, that the boomers, all these people, that they fucking let you guys down. They let you guys down so fucking hard that, like, people became greedier and greedier and greedier. They hoarded more and more resources at the very top, and now you guys are fucked. Especially if you're a Zoomer, and millennials too. But yeah, Zoomers especially, they're super fucked. Back to basics, yeah. Like, why can't, like, it feels like we have to, like, society or the human race has to, like, relearn these old lessons over and over and over and over and over again. It's like nobody ever fucking learns anything. It's like every single new a generation of leaders thinks that, like, oh, we can overcome these problems and keep all the money and power and wealth to ourselves. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, no, you can't. Like, this has never been successful in the history of mankind. Like, like, you've never had somebody who has power in perpetuity forever. Eventually, people will come up to you and say, hey, where's my cut of the pie at? And when you say, when you tell them, let them eat cake, well, when they show the fuck up and fucking take your fucking head and put on a fucking spike, oh, how could this have happened to me? Like, yeah, come on, dude. Like, people are pissed, dude. We're fucking pissed. I understand why. I bet that all these NEETs would start wage cooking like crazy if they had a low loving and traditional life, including me. The most hardcore rada would instantly rise from this to bed just like a phoenix. Yeah, like, like, whether we like it or not, or I like it or not, people are motivated by very, very basic things: food, water, shelter, and companionship. I would throw in companionship as being a fucking need, not a fucking like some sort of like want, some other bullshit. Like, why do you need sex? Nobody needs sex. Bullshit, dude. People need companionship. It's a fucking human need. Humans grew up in tribes. Like, we didn't grow up alone in some fucking like cave. I'm gonna hunt for my food on my own. Like, no, you grew up in a fucking tribe. Like, we are tribal by our very fucking nature. This idea that like human beings are like atomized individuals who walk around here like, oh, you can do whatever you want and just be who you want to be and live your own truth. Bullshit. That's never how societies function. But it's like we're all playing fucking pretend right now. Like, we're all pretending that like society was always like this like weird atomized like in hyper individualist society when it's never been that way. That's not how any functional society has ever functioned ever. Like, even the worst kings realize that, okay, I can't step on the fucking peasants so fucking hard because eventually they will rise up and kill me. So I need to like fucking hand them. I have to give them something. I have to give them fucking something. Resource and legacy, Mac. Just a theory. Guys, do you think JBW might come to an end if another race conquers the world? I think white men conquer the world has part to play for their attractiveness. For sure. I mean, like, definitely, it's definitely a cultural thing. Like, when you're able to control the narrative with like your huge media apparatuses, Facebook, Twitch, Tinder, all these big media conglomerates, all the media, and you're able to project out that like you're a smart people and you're this and you're that and you're industrious and you're this and all that stuff. Like, okay, it only makes sense. Like. But like, I don't know. I'm sorry, I love my female friends and clients, but my God, I feel bad for men in their lives. They never satisfied as drained to hear them talk, even the good girls. Yeah, we all live in pods and eat bugs. Okay, that's their plan for you. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Like, everybody knows about BlackRock. So this is a good segue into this fucking meme here. Like, just shit like this. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, BlackRock buying up fucking bullshit houses, buying up whole neighborhoods. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That's like, okay, yeah, all right. We're just going back to fucking feudalism at the end of the day. You'll own nothing. You'll rent from me. You'll work a dead end job. And you'll constantly be in debt. You'll be a debt slave. You'll pay off your fucking credit cards every fucking month. You'll never pay them off. You'll be paying interest the rest of your fucking life on a 30-year mortgage on a fucking shack that costs $375,000. Like, what the fuck, dude? Rare opportunity on a Rotaro Road. Oh yeah, this is a rare opportunity here. It looks like a fucking goddamn fucking a meth lab in the middle of the fucking trailer park. Like, fuck this. What a joke. What a fucking joke. Why are men so unhappy? Why aren't you happy? You live in the best time in human history. Yeah, okay. New Jersey be like, new listing coming soon. Oh yeah, this is where you gotta fucking live at, boy. Yo, the fucking a literal might as well live in a fucking cardboard box. Oh God. Where did I stop at? Let's see. That's almost literally the main benefit of monogamy: full utilization of male labor and effort. Every man overproduces if he has a stake in society. Absolutely, yeah. Like, it is via rational self-interest that people produce stuff. It's not because of like society per se. Now, they'll contribute more to society if they get something out of it. Like, society, it's a give and take. Like, you benefit from society, and society benefits off of you. No man stands alone, but people also need people to do jobs. So like, you need individuals who are willing to do jobs at the end of the day. And like, yeah, men will fucking work their asses off if they have a fucking stake in society. But the problem is, like, okay, well, we're not gonna give you guys shit. Okay, well then don't complain when like the plumber won't show the fuck up, or when people won't stop working. Like, come on, there's no benefit anymore. Bro, if you knew the amount of people I've helped because they couldn't pay rent. Yeah. Even historically, JBW was law. Check out Arab slave traders. Whites for literally $1,000 more valuable than non-white silver. All right. Dudes are working 80 hours a week just to jack off alone on a $1,500 studio apartment. It's true. It's true, dog. Like, come on, man. Like, this is the reality right now. Like, yeah, people. No, it's even worse than that, dog. Okay, like not only do you have to jack off in a $1,500 studio apartment, you have to do it around your friends because you know damn well you can't afford that apartment alone, dog. Like you're living with other people, like you're living with your friends. So like, not only are you jacking off in a studio apartment, not even alone, dog. You have people around you. You don't even have the luxury of privacy there. You know what I mean? Like, there's no privacy at all. Oh boy. Imagine being cucked by a long dead Chad over for our future Asian overlords. Bravo, well put, host. Yeah, there you go. It was rigged from the start. It was rigged in the first time, yeah. Let's see, what the fuck in the comments? Just respawn, bro, yeah. Oof. Zoomers will be the most black generation, blame TikTok. Absolutely. Who's worse, simps or thoughts? Oh, fucking simps, dude. They enable thought behavior. Like, you know, I mean, like, to some extent it's both, but like, an analogy I would use is like, do I blame the cake maker who unknowingly puts arsenic in his cake and sells it to idiots, or do I blame the person for buying it? And if that guy becomes a multi-millionaire, do I blame the fucking guy making the cake, or do I blame the fucking the idiot that bought the cake and made the guy into a millionaire selling arsenic fucking laced cakes? Like, and he's unknowingly doing it. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Like, well, why would you buy an arsenic laced fucking cake? But I get that the guy, he's an immoral asshole for doing it, but like, don't enable the fucking behavior as well. Stop kicking your kids out at 18 G's. They can't make it without having 10 guys in a 4-bedroom. Yeah, dude. I mean, my parents, at least they were good enough to let me, you know, I stayed with them through college. And then when I got my first job, that's when I left. And even then, though, I rented for 3 years with 2 friends, and we stayed in a townhouse. But like, we had a lot of space, but like, still, like, even with my decent first job, I couldn't really afford to live on my own. You know, like, it was rigged in all history, but not only for Zoomers or generation. Imagine respawning subhuman all over again. Take my fucking head. Talk about perpetual torture. Rich, wealthy men love the system. Absolutely. Anybody who's in a position of privilege loves the system right now. If you're born into wealth, you have no incentive to ever actually change the system. You want to know why? Because you benefit off the system. You know, as the old saying goes, never trust a man whose fucking a livelihood relies on something being correct or right. You know, like this idea of like the system being what it is. Like, the people who benefit off the system have no incentive to ever change the system. They'll make a little small incremental changes here and there, but they never actually change the full system ever to something that's going to benefit people in a real material way. I said it before, you were just being paid to jerk off at this point. Some dudes get paid more than others. Oh God. Wealthy men love the system because they can get their pick of the litter with all the women as they turn towards hypergamy and monetization. Yep. Hiroshima and Nagasaki over Gen Z and Gen Alpha. It never even began. Rich men are not on our side. Absolutely, yeah. I don't trust them at all. Fuck them, dude. Always blame others. Nobody asked to be born at a shitty time. These kids didn't ask to have housing 4 times the amount you paid. Go fuck yourself. The state will always be an enemy of mankind. The worst part is that they can't get rid of the state because the left is a traditionalist. Imagine making 6 figures and coming home to a pocket pussy. Yeah, I think he posted that last night, but it's true. You have a nigga fucking working as the fucking, you know, he's a fucking electrical engineer or some shit. He got a fucking massive fucking degree, making like let's say he's a fucking doctor. He's like a really successful doctor with his own practice. He's coming home making $800,000 a year, and he comes home to his big ass mansion, and the only thing he has to come look forward to is a fucking old ass fucking dog, a cat that hates him, and a fucking pocket pussy. Like, come on now, this is dude's fucking life. Like, he comes home and he makes a fucking a TV dinner and sits down at his fucking couch, jerks off, looks at his dog, and wonders what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Like, come on. We live in the most anti-social society, and are amazed it doesn't work. Yeah, like, nobody knows what to do anymore. Like, there's no instruction set. People are fucked, dog. Hannibal the Cannibal said altruism will always scapegoat the weak for the greater good. Grim, where I'm coming home to a sex doll like TFM left my ass. I'm just sex doll Max. Right. Elon Musk will give us cat girl waifu. Stay strong, boyos. Yeah, okay. $375 for 1 acre trailer trash. It's like a fucking meth lab, dude. It's a fucking meth lab. Oh, just buy the meth lab, boyo. You'll be happy there. step on a fucking needle and get fucking AIDS. Like, come on, man. Oh God. Stop selling your house to these corporations. Yeah. But the problem is these corporations, what they do is that like a big place like Orion Homes will be building a community, and Ryan Homes doesn't really give a fuck who buys the house. What ends up happening is that BlackRock will literally just walk into a neighborhood and say, "We'll buy all the houses, name your price, and they'll just pay the money out because they can afford to drop cash like that." It's absurd. We need to build more houses and have the prices down. The prices are not coming down because these big, huge investment firms are buying up all the fucking houses, dude. They can't come down. There's too much money being thrown into the system right now. TSM probably talked to his sex doll like Will Smith and when I Am Legend, or like that one dude from with that Cyberpunk 20 whatever the fucking number was. But yeah, that was really good. Not Cyberpunk, but fucking Blade Runner. I'm sorry, Blade Runner. Like the fucking made up girl, whatever her name was. If I was going to be a rent slave, I would rather be expat than yeah. Fuck it, dog. That's why I stay alive at this point. I understand what you're saying, but you don't go lone wolf types. But you do got lone wolf types that are independent, but also have different groups that they network with. Yeah, like I understand everybody's different, so you're gonna of course you can have a lone wolf type, but the lone wolf type is not the average. He's not the mean. He's like the exception. Most people need other people to get stuff done, and it's like you can't have a society where like a large percentage of your men are completely disenfranchised, feel like they have no stake in society, and feel like, okay, what's the point of me fucking working a hard-paying job? Like, you only work as hard as you have to. Lol. Yeah. There's a 40 million home deficit, I heard. The housing market is fucked. You live in the best time in history. Go fuck yourself. Nobody's happy. Yeah. I'd pack up and leave society forever if there was an incel community to live in. No, Jack. Actually, society was always cold for Incel. It still works, but not for us. BlackRock has over $12 trillion in liquid assets. Let that sink in. It's a Zionist institution. Follow the money. Yep. Feudalism is human nature. Socialism and capitalism still has pieces of feudalism in it. Let's get back to the basics. Conquer max. Take the land you want. If I had a Becky, Stacey, Selena, and Naomi, I would be working double the hours and have more drive. Yeah, like it does. Like like even with me taking this class right now, I'm almost done with this class I'm taking. I have to take one more class for the certification. It's still a matter of like, okay, like I get this class, and then what's fucking next? Like, okay, I get more pay, and then like I guess it's better to have more pay always, but like this kind of comes down to what the fuck's the point? Like I don't know. There are usually far less incels in monogamous societies than other forms of polygamous or polygamous, and they're always far more stable than because of that. JBW is so brutal that the media only think incels are whites and most are ethnic. Yeah, that's really fucking bad. Screen cap that quote. What quote? Which quote? I don't know what quote that was. America, the land of the slave, home of the politicians. Yep. One strategy of today's propaganda is to always speak condescending about the past, thus to focus on some tyrants, the allegedly dark and dumb medieval ages, and so on. No matter how bad it gets today, the past will even worse. That's the mantra we are fed. No matter how shit it gets, we should be thankful. Dots are stots. Simps can go fuck themselves. Yeah. You can't be stop simps unless with hyperinflation. With hyperinflation, civilization crumbles. There's no way out. It's such a manipulation. I'm sure this is hell. Politics is cold for ugly men. Non-racist cultures always exist in the case of post-war. I know rich people, half of them are happy, the other half don't know what the fuck's going on too. Yeah. To defund Sims, you have to kill their purchasing power. Their purchasing power would kill yourself as well. The roasties definitely would love the system. It's all built for them. It's all men's fault because we built it this way, which contributed to our demise. Yeah, like to some extent, we did all this shit for women, and now women are the benefactors of the system that we created for them at the end of the day, which makes sense. We made society easier. We gave them jobs. We did this. We did that. And it's like, oh, we love women, so women should have more rights. And it's like, okay, well then, what about the men? Like, what about the men who made the system? Well, fuck them, because like the system's here now, so fuck them now. It's like, okay, well then, come on, dude. Damn, pay to win. Yeah, it's a pay to win system, dude. It's a pay to win system. My buddy is a chemical engineer making 80K plus a year just to hear I'm not in the mood. What the fuck? And then society worships, loves, and hates the trash. Wonderful for people in the West feel lonely. It's not just us. Absolutely, yeah. Elon don't care about y'all. Yeah, for sure. His crypto grift was a huge indication of that shit. As men, we come out of a hole. We spend our entire life trying to get back in. All of our time, energy, and money is spent on the peace leave. TFM says they're going to put a cap on housing prices. In my area, the older ethnics aren't selling their shit to corporations. They are based. Yeah. Like food price controls and communism. Most incels are autists. A lot of them are. I'll be the first to admit that shit, but men will kill their own brother for peace. I believe it, dude. I mean, like, fucking dude, the girl killed her fucking dad for fucking that shit, dog. Since we're on the topic of leaders and shit, I'll stop the comments real quick and I'll hold it right here. This is from Legend of the Galactic Heroes. It's a really good anime if you haven't watched it before. It's like 100 and some odd episodes. It's really good. People in power don't bat an eye when houses of ordinary people are destroyed. When the government buildings are destroyed, the blood drains from their faces. There needs to be unrest in the streets. Protesters should not let up. If you see anybody from the cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you should get out and create a crowd and push back on them and tell them they're not welcome anymore anywhere. I don't know maybe why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be. All of a sudden, oh my god, they came for us. It's like, well, yeah, of course they came for your fucking ass. Like, they might have came for you for a dumb fucking reason, but damn, dog, like. They build the higher the cost goes. Yeah. Wolfpack Max. Hi, Cope Gang. What's up, dude? Is it a master's degree? No, it's just a cert. I'm just trying to get my CPA exam taken so I can get that license done and over with. The more they build, the higher the cost goes. Brother will praise to be Saint Moody until facing LMS stream at 6. Oh, it's at 6? Holy shit. Nice. I got to stream for longer. It's really 4:30, but he never starts on time. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Happy people live in the third world country. Happiness is the first world. Yeah. Romanticize the past. I'd rather be single in a dead bedroom marriage to some bitter ugly hat than being forced to be with me. Let the entire simulation crumble, Panda. Japanese imperialism is on the rise in Japan. If it's over for Will Smith, it's definitely over for me. Past the MIB memory white laser thingy, I want to forget everything. If it's over for Bill Gates, it's definitely over for me. Yeah, dude. Never be a beta orbiter and never give a woman money. No more OnlySims. Yeah, it's dead. Finally. Or maybe not. I don't know what they're going to do. It might be like a spinoff might happen, but who knows. So many turned on me for sleeve. I wasn't even competing. How do you fix being a voice cell? I listen to myself on the stream and fucking cringe hard, lol. I don't know. You just get like a voice teacher or some shit. Or just stop giving a fuck like I do. I don't give a fuck anymore. Just stammer away through a fucking sentence and call it a day. Imagine being the second richest person in the world and still getting divorced. It's over. Lol, they've been talking about January 6th invasion of Nancy Pelosi's death forever. Yeah, fuck Christ. People are already killing the family for ends money. It's a minimum in a sus situation, the absolute most generous interpretation. Taking a few more classes, but I'm going to doing it just to do it. Yeah. Faith always has CP time. What the fuck? Anglo countries ruin the world. Japan is ground zero for infodom. Basically, Japan is a perfect example of collapse. Speech therapy, yeah. No way to do it. I was born and my life was over. Good. Bro, genetic modification will be the answer. We can modify women to be less picky. Simps are the core of all problems for government and relationships. Yep. Real-time voice changer installed into your esophagus will stop you from being a voice cell. Here we are. I wonder whose kid this is. White, white, and all right. So I wonder what happened here. David Fake Eyes. He has the face of a simp or the face of a cuck. He's overweight. He's fat. Girlfriend overweight and fat. Probably a roasty. Definitely a roasty. Yeah. Oh god. What meme is this? Let's see. That shows meme already. Whoa. Why did that blank out like that? What the fuck? Here we are. Just read an article by a woman arguing that women shouldn't pursue college because men prefer debt-free versions without tattoos when marrying. And let me tell y'all, when I say my sexually adept, tatted up, and in debt hoe ass laughed, I laughed out loud. I want to feel something other than constant bitterness, loneliness, crippling depression, and my art can make me feel better. Yeah, I can't imagine why you're feeling all these bad emotions here. Like this idea that being pumped and dumped is like a badge of honor is like a really cancerous thing in our fucking society. Oh, just get pumped and dumped by every dude in the fucking town, dude. You'll be fine. Like, no. It destroys your ability to pair bond. You can't make any more social connections with men anymore. You're fucked. You played yourself, girl. Sorry, it's over. Here's another example of what men actually want. This is what men really want. Like if I lived back in this time period of like medieval England or medieval Europe, and I was like I've been south to war, who doesn't want this? Like, you're fucking about to go to fucking war, got your fucking spear in your hand on your fucking horse, and your fair lady, your maiden walks up to you and she hands you puts a little thing on your arm. It's like, holy fuck, dude. Based, like fucking based. Like this is what life's all about, dog. Like these little moments here. But it's like, nope. Instead, you get this like she's a used up roasty, and you're like going to go die in Iraq for some fucking oil. That's what you get now. That's what happened for you. Here's the real depressing one. This is what black women actually think. A lot of black women think. She might be like Hispanic or some shit, but it's true. I'm glad he doesn't have hoes, but why does he not have hoes? Am I fighting for a spot no one wants? What do women want? Like really, like it's true. They want like they want the not only do they want pre-selection by other women from other women, it's like they also want like, okay, well, why doesn't he have a woman already? But it's weird. It's like, okay, well, what do I do? Like he doesn't already have a woman already on his arm. Like what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck? Pre-selection is like it's real, dude. Let's see. Simping benefits men in no way. It's illogical. Women try to sound smart, but are just followers at the core. Sluts are never sluts for sub sevens. Yep. Men and women's duties have been outsourced. The reality was a mistake. God should have wrapped it up. Yep. Incel should try existential philosophy. He's headed off to smash some slave girls. I'd be happy too. Yep. Men tame the environment via tech and labor, less environmental pressures on women, less leverage for men. The sons have to beg for more to get the same, etc. And it sinks into a simp circle. Yep. Glad I didn't sign up for infantry sometimes. Women don't know what they want. Let me take that back. Man. Still fulfilling the other end of the bargain. Women want everything they don't have at the moment. Yep. Just be a knight in shining armor. The new Evan Samuels video. Yes. Where are the guests? Oh, I guess I could have guests on. I guess I've been here for about an hour. I think I showed enough memes. I actually went on a lot of diatribes today, which is pretty weird. Normally I don't do this much. But let's let's go to invite, copy clipboard. It's good to have the back and forth for sure. Yeah, get the back and forth going on here. That's not what I want. Pin message. There's some thing in the chat. Get some people up in here, my dudes. Let's do it. I want to hear Richard Cooper's cockatiel. It's not. If he's not here, I don't think he's even here today. Actually, I never know. Pre-selection doesn't work for sub 5 at this point. People think he is gay friend or is hiring escorts, but other than that, it works like crazy. Yeah, I went for a full hour of just talking, so I think I can get people in here now. Yeah. Well, while I wait, though, I'll just post some fucking memes real quick. This is a really good meme. Robert Mugabe quotes, "You cannot give a woman everything she needs. If God himself gave them eyebrows, they shave it and draw their own. God gave them nails, they cut it off and fix their own. God gave them hair, they cut it off and fix their own. He gave them breasts, they repackage it into what they want. God still gave them buttocks, they arrange it to a size they want. If even God cannot satisfy them, then who are you to think that you can please them? My brother, don't kill yourself." Don't do it, boyos. Don't fucking do it. Like, he's fucking right. It might not even be a real quote, but fuck it, dog. He's not wrong. Fucking based. Why did I slip and type Cooper? I didn't know. I don't know. Well, I don't remember this quote. Based. Oh, I remember this quote. Never mind. Based. Yeah. I'm a Gnostic in essence. Based. It's Cooper. Yeah, he's right. Lots of valid points being dropped. Yep. Agape did nothing wrong. Military is low IQ move. Start a cult instead. Based. What is going on? Slow your roll, buckaroo. Let's see. Here's the real ascension process right here. Look at this shit. It's got Chad Pepe. This is the probably an incel right here actually with the face. Look at the face pill. Look at the compact mid face. Oh shit. Real compact. Oh my god. Oh yeah, the thumbnail. Here's today's thumbnail for the video. Today's thumbnail. There you go. For sure. And yesterday's thumbnail. I didn't show that one off either, actually. Where's that one at? Where the fuck did I put that one at? Where'd it go? Guess I don't have it in here. Huh. I thought I saved it already. Yeah, whatever. Men have dating PTSD. I'd believe it, dude. Poor Pepe has seen some shit. Man, sometimes I forget that my opinion on the big issue doesn't mean anything if it will not change things, so why bother having an opinion? True to some extent. I mean, you should definitely be knowledgeable about certain things, but like, yeah. My last date was in 2013. All right. Look at this shit right here. Hunter gatherer skull male. Look at this Chad jawline. Absolute fucking slayer here. Modern human skull male. Ah yes. Just getting weaker and weaker. Look at this shit. The Cro-Magnon skull is so Chad. It has its own cool guy sunglasses. Look at this shit, dude. We have we haven't been fucking progressing. We've been regressing, dude. Here we are. For years, mental health professionals taught people that they could be psychologically healthy without social support. That unless you love yourself, no one else will love you. The truth is, you cannot love yourself unless you have been loved and are loved. The capacity to love cannot be built in isolation. Yep. Society has like I don't know why a psychological scientist there's these little idioms like oh no one can love you unless you love yourself blah 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 like well these things exist because like people want to cope so fucking hard thinking that like people they want you to like they're trying to like gaslight you into thinking oh okay well I don't love you and I know no one else will love you but if you just love yourself dude you'll make it through. It's sort of like the whole phrase of like oh well at least a Jesus loves you or some shit. It's like, yeah, that's just a way of like trying to like let you know that society thinks that you're trash and that you're fucking shit. And everybody fucking knows this is true to some extent, but we've been force fed a blue pill of like, oh well, just help yourself, dude. Self help books, do this and do that. Literally, all psychological issues can be boiled down to be a Chad lol. Yeah. The love yourself bullshit. Yeah, okay. Self esteem is a myth. It's not a myth, but the reality is people don't know where self esteem arises from. People think just self esteem is something that's like, oh, well, every kid has self esteem. Yeah, but your self esteem gets broken down or either gets raised up depending on how good or bad you're treated, though. It's bullshit. If you're born in a shitty part of town and you have and your friends treat you like shit, everybody in society treats you like shit. I wouldn't expect this person to walk out of that situation having a great self esteem unless they're a fucking anomaly. But like everybody else though, like people don't know where like their success or failure comes from. Oftentimes, people have a hard time viewing that. Like it's really easy from a what is this? Sorry. It's really easy. Like back then, it was really easy. You could say, okay, well, my success comes from me and my failure comes from me. But then when you really break it down, though, it's like, no, your success came from your upbringing and your parents and your genes and the food you ate and the moral foundations you were given and the schools you went to and the type of wealth your parents had and stuff like that. All that stuff made you successful. You weren't successful because you just walked out the womb and you were just like doing calculus at age one. Like no, the same thing goes for failure as well. Like you failed because like all the conditions led you to failure. Just work hard, son of the owner of the company. Okay, buddy boyo. Yeah, like come on, man. Have you seen the self-hating Asian women on TikTok? Brutal stuff. And Asian dudes are the nicest, most hardworking dudes. Yeah, it's sad, dude. Sure, like fucking shit. Jesus loves you, but everybody else thinks you're a loser. Yep, yep. I truly believe that jokes are coping mechanisms to hide the truth. Oh, they are. Yeah, like that's why comedy's funny because the comedy's funny because like oh that's true, but he said it in a way that's like super duper jokey, so I can kind of laugh at that. So like it makes me feel good. But the truth is hidden somewhere in there, like it's somewhere in there. Confidence is what you project. Self-esteem is what you know. All we know is that we don't know. I stay neutral if at all possible politically. As far as the duopoly is concerned, I'll save my energy. God damn, on my gravestone it will say he lived as a failure and he died as a failure. God damn. What is good in the hood, Jack? What is up, my Deuterino?
Oh shit, what's up?
What's good in the hood?
Yeah, I had to dip out yesterday because family thing came up, but it was kind of cool and shit because I got to like hang with the people and all that for like till like 12 o'clock at night. But
Yeah,
like it popped in my head like naturally that's supposed to happen all the time.
yeah. It's good that you didn't say in the stream though, for sure. Yeah, if you had to go, you had to go, right?
Yeah, yeah, but it's like the contrast just came up. Like, hold on, like normal human society, like you feel all that connection and shit, like that's just normal. And then you
Yep.
compare that to just how we live now. Like even if you have like a decent life per se, most of us just spent like alone in an apartment or even a big house if you have money. But
Yeah, I think that's the scary part about because of I've lost some family members myself, and like the scary part is when you lose that first family member, you come to realize that, oh shit, like I might be alone in the future. Like, as of right now, it's really easy to kind of walk around and kind of like say things are gonna be okay because you still have mommy and daddy kind of in your corner to kind of help you out. You still have somewhat of a family connection there. You have siblings, you have brothers and sisters, you have something like that. But imagine like when those people are all gone or something like that, like what's society going to do? Like what's this generation of kids going to do when like literally there is no support system backing them anymore? When you're quite literally on your own, and this goes for both men and women. It's really easy for especially for women to say, "Oh, I'm going to be fine. My parents are still around, and stuff like that, and I still have a social connection. I have a place I can go for Thanksgiving and Christmas, stuff like that." What do you do when those people are gone now? I have no one to go to.
when essentially even young people are living like the old spinsters of past.
Yeah, exactly. What do you do when you're quite literally on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day? You walk into your fucking apartment and you just fucking like what do you do? You have no one to celebrate with. Like,
Or even beyond that, how do you motivate somebody like that to do what needs to be done in society and shit?
yeah, like how do you would you even bother celebrating Christmas? What's the point? There's no
Like
family around you.
how do you raise someone who's laying flat, basically?
Yeah, I think that a lot of millennials and a lot of Zoomers are going to have a huge awakening when like their parents start dying off. Like, oh shit, I don't have that like support system anymore. What the fuck do I do? I don't have a wife. I don't have any kids. Oh my god, like you were relying on the fact that your parents are still alive and you still had brothers and sisters around to like help you out. When they're all gone, dog, what the fuck do you do?
All right, as far as women, you can guess that they're gonna make it a political issue and ask the state for support
Some
somehow.
will always take a woman in, yeah, probably. But like, when it comes to men though, especially, what do men do when it's like, oh, you're quite literally all alone in your fucking apartment or your crappy ass little fucking condo or shit like that? And like, what do you do?
Shit, your ass deal with it or die. Like the same thing as
Yeah,
always. Some of us
there's, there's
living
like
like that now. So
there's always like a load of like suicides during the holiday season for obvious reasons. People are lonely, bad things happen, stuff like that. So it's like it makes sense. Like I wonder how much that shit's going to increase when the parents are dying off. Like what do you do? Just
like
sad shit.
yeah, so like it's probably gonna be like 2030 when the boomers are like you can call them dead. And all you have people like raised in the current culture, basically. Nobody knowing what anything else was, except maybe the millennials, the older ones. But that is actually interesting.
Oh god, here we go. Die alone, your neighbor finds you after you decompose. Yeah.
Yeah, what was it? Grimm had the term kudukoshi. I forgot. But
Uh,
oh, I got it.
oh, Kudo spec. Oh, Kodo Kushi. Imagine trying to get adapted at 40 plus. Yeah.
Well, that's what being a stepfather is, goddamn it, like shit.
But yeah, it's just like,
Adopting a whole wife and kids and shit.
yeah, like it's so odd because like everybody's like, I feel like everybody's like a living on borrowed time right now, especially the men. Like my boss has a daughter, and like she's not married at all. She's like 35, 36 right now, and it's like, like, and I kind of like brought up like I wasn't really talking about the daughter per se, but I was talking about how like what are these kids gonna do when they grow up and their parents die, and she they kind of looked up and said, "Oh, yeah, like she should probably think about her own daughter. Like, oh, like yeah, what's my daughter gonna do when she has no husband, no kid, no one to take care of you?" Because like people don't realize that like when you're old and gray, people have like power of attorney over your stuff. Who do you do for power of attorney? If your brothers and sisters are dead, let's say you're an only child or a younger child, what do you do when you have nobody else to help you out? Like, what do you do?
I think it falls to the state at that point. The question is, what would the state do?
Exactly. Like, what the state has no real incentive to definitely give a fuck about you at all. It's like you just fucking toss your ass to the side and call it a day.
No telling what's going to happen in China when they come across that situation. It's going to be.
Yep, China's gonna have a huge issue with that
Yeah,
shit.
if y'all thought COVID over here was day of the pillow, just wait until
Day of the pillow. God dang, I forgot about that shit.
yeah.
Day of the pillow.
Oh my God, you seem quite old. Why don't you take a long walk in the middle of winter, see if you come back? Like,
Even if you're Brad Pitt, women will be like, "Can I do better?" Yep. You'd be like Jesus Christ himself, come down here, perform miracles, raise the fucking dead, fucking
nigga,
just save the whole fucking world, and they still ask, okay, well, it's still not good enough. It's like, okay.
yeah, like I said, they cheat on you with Satan. So it's
Yep.
All right, hold on. Spec Streaming said these woke roasties will set up a trust for these leftist foundations. The issue is by that time, you potentially might not have a tax base if we're talking about society like this with nobody trying to work beyond subsistence. Like unless you're getting somehow extra production from robots and all that, I don't even know how. I don't even know. Yeah.
Also, the issue of like most people don't even save enough to actually have a trust fund to begin with. Like most people don't have enough money to even save for a trust fund. So like, what? How many roasters are actually gonna have the ability to do that shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you think a country with just a whole bunch of feminist CEOs that got there by I don't know, fuck. You think they're gonna have a whole bunch of extra money as a country? Like probably not.
Nope. Satan has that thug energy. Raquisha. Yep.
Pretty much.
Yep. She will leave your fucking ass for him.
And won't even tell you.
Yep. Did you watch the rest of the yesterday's stream or no?
Nah, I didn't see it yet. I fell like straight asleep because I got in my house at like 1:30, and I was like out.
Dang. It got pretty talked about George Floyd for a little bit, and it got pretty. I think you were there for that part, but it got pretty heated, and then we all left. And then we started talking about just basic societal shit again. It got pretty good actually. We had a really good back and forth with everybody there. So
yeah, I'll probably check it out after this stream and after Face.
Face the stream it today, boyos.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Yeah, by the time he starts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know what happened to Stephen Moody? I heard he wrote, but I can't believe he'd leave us to cope without him.
You never gonna know until they actually come back.
Do you realize that humans have two hair and both are cosmetic and in the head?
Restate that, dude.
Yeah. Richard Coper went in last night. Amazing stream. Yeah, you did pretty good. I like having him on because he gives a good perspective for sure. Being older, especially stuff like that. So
yeah.
Facts. I'm gonna watch. What? I don't know what he's talking about.
I think he's talking about Face.
Okay. I saw a really misleading article on Bloomberg from a roasty stating millennials have higher income assets than boomers from 26 to 29. The author did not take into considering inflation. Why the fuck would you even make a fucking mistake like that? That's absurd.
I mean, plus that shit's kind of irrelevant if like those old boomers actually were able to get married.
Yeah, and pass
They
on
had,
that wealth to their kids.
yeah, like not only that, but had the power of a 2-income household. Like these women, yeah, they have higher incomes, but they're also by themselves too.
Also, a matter of like student loan debt. There's this. There's that.
Yeah.
They says income and assets. Okay, well, what about net? You know, about your actual real wealth, like your actual net worth, like minus all your student loan debt and shit like that. You really don't have shit. Oh my god, Jack Nickelback is so black pilled that I can feel the rope in my neck when he speaks. God dang.
Dude, if you can feel the rope on your neck when I speak, imagine how my daily thoughts are.
God damn. Wokeism is
Yeah.
basically classic stabilization tactics, but now instead of using on foreign enemies, you're now the targets. Yep.
There's one thing I don't get about it. It's like, what's the point yet? It's like, who's really gaining from it? There's like, once you, and I said this before, once you think about it, you don't know who the audience actually is or why there's so much money being risked for it. It's like, and it's not saying there isn't a point. I just don't get, okay, what's the political agenda? Is it Illuminati doing it? Why are they doing it? What the hell? Still confused as hell. Like, who the hell orients all their money just to go after, like, what, 2% of the population, and not even all of them want the shit?
I do wonder if like this is like still part of that overpopulation scare people are worried about. Oh, we might be overpopulated. I don't know. Like it is very odd because like, you know, we always say, or I think Drawlix always says follow the money, but like, is there really money to be made in being woke? Like it doesn't seem like it's there, but like I don't know. Like the general populace doesn't seem to like this stuff at all, but it seems to be pushed everywhere.
Yeah, plus even with the overpopulation thing, that wouldn't make sense as a scare tactic not quite as much, because the mainstream media is not talking about the birth rates. So it'd be like, okay, if that's true, why would they go against their own message in their own platforms?
Yeah.
Not saying that can't have it for some weird reason, but
that's the other thing. When we were allowed to use the internet to powers that be new, there one, there would be an age of enlightenment of an info age. Female writers are notorious for doing articles like this. I'm not trying to be that guy, but we all know it's true. Don't you think society and sexual attraction on hair are only good eyebrows and juvenile hairline?
also beards in their proper place.
But they made it so tough to survive, it canceled out. With a poorly written article, I'm surprised Bloomberg would allow to publish that on their site. Going to a white country as a non-white is like going to a hyper-advanced alien settlement. No way, we're the same species. What the fuck? All right.
It had a concentration of wealth and power into like certain segments of the world and shit. Like, you know, like what would the capital of Rome be when they took all the taxes from all their border states? Like, of course.
All the world's a stage, and I'm a goblin under a bridge. Ah, boy. Let's see. World's a circus, clown world. I'm so sick of SJWism. Leave me alone and stop saying I'm privileged. If I can't even build a normal family and have a decent life, yeah. I mean, it definitely seems like I think what if Alt His talks about this as well. Talks about how basically the white liberal and intelligentsia in the college system, they're basically the ones pushing the shit. And that basically they want to impose their will in the world, whereas the you have old money and new money. And you have the old money people are like the ones who are probably more established, they're more entrenched, and they kind of want to keep the status quo going. And these new guys, the new money, and these people in the intelligentsia are like, okay, well, no, we have to change society and revolutionize the world and other shit like this. And they're the ones pushing it. Ironically, like if the whole white supremacy thing, it's the exact same thing though. It's like basically it's the quote unquote good white people versus the bad white people. I think I talked about this yesterday. We talked about how like the CRT is basically saying that, hey, we're the good whites and those are the bad whites, and we have to attack the bad white people to make things better for the ethnic minorities. Really, the ethnic minorities in the middle are just the foot soldiers for the intelligentsia to push their agenda forward. For the most part, that's my opinion.
And
so, all this stuff about pushing LGBT plus, being pro-black, doing all this weird stuff about immigrants.
Yeah, a lot of times, even if you're saying even for a lot of things they're saying, they're advocating for certain groups. Like, at least as far as black people, it's not, a lot of times it's not even stuff we really ask for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's not like you're bringing resources to my community or shit, then I'd be like, okay, cool. Like,
yeah. If it ever involves them giving you money, they don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, like, all right, cool. I appreciate Juneteenth, but I'd rather have a working sewer system and shit.
When China takes over, we will be provided a one QT Asian waifu to increase the declining birth rate.
Yeah, China will never take over. 2
negative people live on copes and lies. Overpopulation is pure propaganda. It absolutely was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has anyone ever here tried religion? The fuck?
Yeah,
at some point, probably did.
Yeah, way back I used to be.
Whoa, Black Pill J coming in here. What's up with that? What's up, Black Pill J, my dude? What's up, man? If it's even you. Hey, you sound great, dude. What's up?
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah. You know what's funny is that last night I was actually listening to the stream from yesterday, the 6-hour one. I haven't gotten in it just yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
So, 6 hours.
I told you creeping up on that 8-hour BGS level.
Actually, my longest stream is actually 6.5 hours. Actually, I checked it. It was actually a stream I did a while ago. So yeah, I didn't realize that. So I was wrong on that, saying it was the longest stream I ever did. But yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Still bad out here, bro. Your streams are definitely necessary.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. So you said you have some success on the dating apps as well, right?
Well,
relatively, I guess.
Funny enough, I actually got my account got fucking banned or deleted off of Hinge.
What?
Yeah. Well,
how did that happen?
I think okay, so I have this method on Hinge where, well, just in general on dating apps where I have because when you match with women, your brain can only you have to come up with something that's a little more cookie cutter in terms of what you do, what you say, because otherwise you're just going to drive yourself insane trying to come up with new shit every single time.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have I have a standard pickup line I always use and it always works.
Yeah, that's it. So my thing, the thing that I say, I like to say, hey, why are you here, or should I guess? That's sort of what I do. And then 9 times out of 10, they'll say oh, guess. And then I'll say, hey, you want a man who's, and since I'm black pill and red pill aware, I'll be like, okay, you want a man who's this, blah, 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 that. And then I'll include in the order of things, at the last thing, and also aggressive in bed, or I'll put something in there that's kind of, sexual, so that I'll know off the rip whether she's kind of with it or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I tend to do that, and then basically, just a long story short, I will be a little bit more sexually forward, and I think that just enough women, and also too, it's if you, dealing and dating women in fucking 2021, it's kind of like fucking Operation. It's if you it's just fucking done. So in some cases, in some cases, I probably got reported maybe one too many times because I, said something that might have offended a woman or whatever, but not in a dick type of way necessarily, but just trying to flirt because the thing about it is it's you kind of have to do that. It's kind of fucked up, but women kind of wonder why are men so sexual? Why are they so it's because y'all waste our time,
Yep. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't
Shout out to ARC.
Yeah, it just kind of comes down to like, when I'm on these dating apps, I have my standard pickup line I normally use, and I try to like my biggest thing is getting the fucking number as fast as I can, getting them on the date as
Exactly.
fast as I can,
Yeah, that's
and
it.
then
Yeah.
getting them off that app as fast as I can. 'Cause I know, like once again, as you said before, it's the invisible tournament.
But
Yeah,
you can't.
yeah,
But the problem is, it's like, again, like you can't do it. So and it's in terms of me, it's like, okay, however many matches I get on the app, and I get a decent amount of matches at least on that app compared to the average dude. A woman who is like, let's say if I'm a 7, a woman who's like a 4 or even a 5 is going to have triple the amount of matches.
yep,
Well, I shouldn't say that. They're not going to have triple because they don't swipe nearly as much.
yeah,
So, but still, so like if a woman is, let's say if she gets 10 matches that day, again, the invisible tournament, she's only going to talk to up to 2 out of that 10, because hypergamy is just whatever given population that she has of men, whether it's in her phone, in at the club, on Instagram, she's only going to gravitate to the top 20% of that given population.
yeah.
So, from what I'm hearing, since I'm not the dating that person, it seems like commodification of the sexual marketplace. Cause hearing y'all speak about it, it seems like on both sides, it's like hearing somebody talk about McDonald's burgers. It's like, yeah, the volume is so high to go out to women, or the women's volume is so high to like restrict men that they had to do this industrialized, simple process just to efficiently get the results they want.
Oh, but there's nothing really efficient about it, it's even for women. One thing I see is that, like, when I'm on these apps, I see the same women year after year on these apps. These women are on these apps and they're able to get, and hell, like the fucked up thing is too, like Hinge was to me like my best app.
Yeah, me
Like
too. It's still the best app. Yeah,
but do you know why it's the best app?
I have no clue. I never really looked at the
Okay, so
algorithm of that.
okay, so how many swipes on Hinge do you get a day?
A day I probably get like
No,
how
I'm
many
saying,
how
no,
many
I'm saying,
matches do I get, or how many times do I swipe?
no, I'm saying in terms of, because, okay, so here's the reason why I'll just cut to it. So
Yeah,
Hinge, it gives you a limited amount of swipes per day.
yeah, it's true. Yeah,
So because of that, so let's say you're only able to swipe on 7 times per day. The same goes for women. So it's created a system where, like, you have a limited amount of swipes. So the odds are a little bit more in your favor because women are not able to get as many men to swipe on them on the regular. And one reason why I was, and to be honest with you, one reason why it was a little bit better for me was because I actually, for a minute, I know I'm going to get some shade, but I actually bought that unlimited swiping thing, and that's why I was able to get a lot of matches, was because I was able to swipe unlimited.
well, I never paid for it. I just kept swiping using the limited
Yeah,
swipes you get. But yeah, I
yeah,
never
but
even
what
needed it.
women
Yeah,
don't. Yeah,
yeah,
so it's, yeah, but and also too, it's a more of a thoughtful app. But once, yeah, but long story short, once I got banned off of that, and mind you, again, it's because, yeah, it wasn't like I was doing some fucked up shit. It was, again, just when you flirt, and when you flirt in a certain type of way, like Operation, one strike, you're out, and
yeah, absolutely.
and, yeah, and then what else do I have? Tinder is just complete fucking garbage.
I never got anything. I mean
Yeah,
anything from Tinder ever.
yeah.
Not a single. Like, it was a horrible app for me. Never
Yeah,
worked.
yeah, well, when I re-downloaded it, I got one match from a woman who was 6'4".
Wow.
And yeah, I know. And we were talking, and also, so I was trying to figure, like, okay, is she, but she was a woman, and she was from Boston or whatever. And we were talking for like a little bit, being flirty, being, extra sexual with the flirtation or whatever.
Mhm.
And we finally FaceTimed, and she told me, because I was like, we talking about her ex or whatever. And mind you, this woman, she was 6'4". In her face, she's probably like a 6 in the face, right?
Yeah.
But still attractive. And she was talking about how, yeah, my ex-boyfriend like played for like the fucking Clippers.
Oh my god.
Oh, how do you
No,
get
no, no,
people
no,
that shit, dog?
no. Her ex-boyfriend like played for the Celtics.
Dang.
Good god.
But also too, it's like the thing about it is, like, when you meet a woman who's 7 and above, especially an 8 or above, like more time. I'm not gonna say most of the time, but a lot of these cases, these women, like their exes and their ex flings and shit, they're like in the NFL, the NBA. This rapper, it's crazy. It's
Yeah, 'cause
crazy.
you live in California, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I do live in
No
California.
wonder you so fucking black pilled. Like, goddamn, it all makes sense now. Like, shit.
California just seems like a fucking. It seems like one of the worst markets to be in. Like,
Oh no, it's crazy, and no, it's terrible. And people and when I talk to my boys from other parts of the country, they think, oh man, like you're 6'6" and you're this, and it's it should be, and man, it's just easy. If I was you, it's like no, bro, like the area is just complete garbage, bro. It's fucking awful. It's really bad.
Fucking
It's really bad.
California is like the only place in the world with actual Chad cells and shit. Like, what the fuck? God damn.
Yeah, no, it's bad. And then also I was gonna say, Bumble. So Bumble, I get some matches off of Bumble. They're subpar. But the problem is, it's like women, they love to. And here's what I do. And I don't know about you, Mystery. But women have their Instagram on their Bumble. Yeah. And what I do is, only thing I do is like, okay, I know that there's like a 10% chance that I'll get really less than that I will get a match on any of these attractive women. So I'll simply screenshot if I see that they have an Instagram, and then I just try to slide into their DMs like after. So I basically have a collection of women in my area in their Instagram, and then I just sort of use it as like a backup plan. But sliding into a DM again, since so many men do it because they have their Instagram on their page, it's like still about like a 5% success rate on there.
Truth be told, I never Instagram stuff, even on Tinder or something like that. I never used those. I never would have thought to do that, if only because I always figured that those women were just doing it to just get more and more what they call it, more followers on their Instagram pages. I don't think they even cared about the men actually joining, like, or men actually sending the messages at all. It's all about getting the extra people to look at them so they can become an Instagram influencer. That's what I always figured.
No, it's about it's about attention. I mean, but and it's so funny because it's like, there's so much cope in the red pill spaces about women hitting the wall and women they're being miserable, but women have like the best fucking deal.
They have, like, quite literally have unlimited options. They don't have to ever settle down, and they probably don't even want to settle down at the end of the day. Like, what incentive do they have to actually like sit down and have kids? What's the point?
Yeah, they don't really. It's just crazy how we've created a society. I want you to think about and Kevin Samuel CT talked about this a little bit, where we created a society for that men, where women have become so comfortable, kind of like they're basically like a spoiled child. When you create, like, think of like a spoiled kid, right? And you create this perfect scenario, great school, all the toys that they can fucking ask for, food in the fridge, you know what I'm saying, just all.
Hello.
Really appreciate, you know what I'm saying, like, and they're just completely spoiled, and they grow up to hate their parent that busted their ass to create this life for this kid, and that's kind of what women are today.
Yeah, I think I hate to bring the guy up, but Coach Red Pill talked about how basically when society becomes more successful, becomes very, very a decadent, becomes very, very basically you become a victim of your own success. So because you're so successful, you don't have to work anymore, and because you don't have to work anymore, you get lazier and lazier and lazier. The people get fatter and fatter and fatter, and what ends up happening is that, like, people just don't. Like, like, if you don't use it, you lose it. If you don't have that good work ethic, like, that work ethic doesn't get passed on down to the next generation. So people just get worse and worse and worse over time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this, Mystery. What types of women, because you say you do get some matches, you do have some success. What types of women mostly are you the most successful with?
I've actually had a lot of like African immigrant. Like, I get a lot of those. Really, it's mostly black women, actually. I honestly don't have a lot of success with Then again, I don't always swipe right on a lot of Beckys to begin with, or a lot of, like, Stacey's or Beckys. I don't try to, truth be told, but, like, I get a lot of success with black women, actually.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay. Hey, why not? Why don't you swipe on Becky's?
A lot of them I don't find that attractive, truth be told.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, I
interesting.
never have. It's really weird, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I find myself swiping on him the most, to be honest with you. I swipe on him the most. Yeah, well, because with me being tall and black or whatever, they don't. I can get, even if if only short term, mainly, but I can get a white girl in her prime as opposed to a black girl in her prime. I rarely, if ever, get a black girl in her prime.
Yeah, just a matter of I think O'Shea Duke Jackson calls it the Negro juice. You probably don't have that that
No, I
demeanor,
don't.
right?
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, so I don't. So I don't have. I don't. I'm not like I'm not like buff. I don't have tats.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't have the. But however, when it went for a white girl, me being tall, decent looking, and all that is like enough. Like I'm able to, not all the time, obviously. Like my rate with white women is not super high. However, I can get a white woman in her like when she's 22, 23. But the problem is it's like they're so fucking hypergamous that the flake rate is like 3 times as much as a black girl. The ghost rate is off the fucking charts. They like to do something like I like to call the white girl shuffle.
White girl shuffle. That's pretty
Yeah,
true.
the white girl shuffle is basically when you're trying to meet up with a white girl and they're constantly cancel or flake, and they're making it seem as if they want to see you, but
Yep.
yeah, it's like but black women don't do that nearly as much as white women.
Yeah, I had a black girl do it to me actually, where it was like, we set up a date time, and then she's like, "Oh, something happened." Okay, but then she had the nerve to like actually ask for a second like a secondary date, like pick another day to go out. It's like, okay, so like normally that implies like, okay, she's interested, just like keep pushing. So like like, okay, you still want to go out, let's do something. So but then it's like, what the fuck happened? And then it's like all of a sudden she like fell off the face of the planet, and it's like, okay, well obviously you had somebody else in mind, and you just didn't you wanted to keep your options open, obviously. So like, okay, well if date number one doesn't work out, I'm gonna go with this guy here, and then that one doesn't work out, I'll go with this guy over here instead. And it's like, okay, like those are the type of fucking
Right.
games
Yeah.
you fucking end up having to fucking play when it comes to these type of fucking thing,
Yeah, no, and it's
Jeff, like, go ahead.
Oh wait, what did he say? I couldn't.
He said, "Shit does sound like you're listening into a conversation between an alien." To be honest, like
it does if you like never like done it before. It's like you don't even have like the mental concepts to relate to this shit.
Yeah, but you know what is funny? Like there's so many levels to it where Jack. I mean but also too, it's like look, I talk to men.
I'll be back. Like, you guys keep talking, then I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right.
I talk to men, and especially black men, and I think Mystery talked a little bit about how black men I think are the worst when it comes to red pill truths and black pill truths especially. And a lot of black men and just men in general are completely unaware of men who just have little to like no experience in this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Way
Like they don't think that it's an issue. It's like back in my day, back when, and they talk about, especially when you talk to older men who are like in their 30s and like 40s and shit, and they think that, yeah, man, nothing's changed. Women are still the same, and they don't understand how much the dating market has changed, and that the same what it took to bag a woman or to get a woman in 2004 is not the fucking same as it is in 2021. It's not even close.
Yeah, I don't even know what to comment, man. It's just like taking in them sweet black pill fumes and shit. Just
oh goddamn. Well, I didn't realize that was the case. I probably wouldn't have talked about
No, I'm not depressed. I'm just like, taking in what you said. And
well, but
go ahead. No, I'm still on. Yeah, I'm still over there with BGS and like Bernard Riley R and all that. So you already know I'm used to it too. So
Yeah, but also too, but it's funny because there's always levels to like, so to a guy like me or Mystery School where we're getting matches here and there, and a lot of guys can't really fathom that. There's another level where there are guys who I see who get DMs of women sending them nudes like every day, and the fucked up thing is like these men, they're trying to tell me, well, yeah, man, it's just because of your fucking energy, bro. It's like, I just don't give a fuck, or it's because of my game or this or that. And these guys got hunterized. These guys, are objectively attractive men. And you sound quote unquote gay when you point that out.
probably because like the things that make them attractive is like so inherent they can't even conceptually take it out their minds what it'd be like to be without it.
Yeah.
Like if you've lived life is like 6 feet all your life, you can't even fathom what it'd be like to be short if you've never been around a short person. I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is like that. And somebody pointed out the white girl shuffle is real. Yeah, the white girl shuffle. It's yeah, it happens. And it really sucks because you understand, like, dang, like, she's and these white girls, they got, I mean, just as many options as you see how many options that a fat, unattractive woman gets. Just imagine a skinny, pretty looking 23-year-old white girl.
Oh yeah, literally Earth. That is nothing. You got like 4 billion options, and 3 billion of them are men. That's
yeah, and if you're not the flavor of the day, you can, and it doesn't. It ultimately, man, it's like you can't win as a man. 90% of men, you can't win. Fat land will has more value than most men. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah, high 90s at least.
We mean high 90s.
Worth more than 90% of men, just off rip.
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
if nothing else, because the inherent urge to simp, even if you don't know you're doing it, like just to make women comfortable all the fucking time. There's always going to be a bias towards that.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it's still slowly but surely getting worse. I know Face has a stream later. I'm gonna watch the other stream. Yeah, it was good yesterday's stream.
Yeah, it was a fun stream for sure. It got and towards the middle of it, we kind of got into like politics a little bit, and then we got off that topic. We got into another topic, so it was a really good chat. A lot of people seem to enjoy it. So
okay, it's good. Yeah, but I'm gonna leave y'all two at it. And I just wanted to, like, I just woke up and y'all had another stream. I'm like, you know what, man, because. And I'm gonna say this, mystery. I'm gonna say this, and even dudes. Again, I'm not an ugly looking dude, pretty tall, and trying to quote unquote spin plates is literally like fucking. It's fucking impossible trying to do this shit and trying to keep up. Like it's insane because women will always move the fuck on.
Yeah, you're it definitely feels like you're constantly having to I don't even you use the phrase like adjust or math. You have to constantly keep her attention, like no matter what. Yeah. And it's like the moment you lose attention, the moment like you're just kick off the face of the planet. You don't even exist anymore. Yeah, but you can't give too much. It's basically what it is. Yeah, it's the back and forth. Like if you give too much, she's like, okay, but he's too into me. I better drop. Yeah.
Right. This can't be natural because like think of like the normal 70 IQ person. Like that's who everybody was like throughout history. Like if this was the normal way of human interaction, there'd be no humans by now.
No, I understand that, but this I've said this, and I know that other people have said this. If the dating world, if we had Instagram and social media and Tinder back in the late 80s or the early 80s, the vast majority of us wouldn't even been born. I would argue that about 70% of us wouldn't be here.
Hell no.
About 70% of us. So
yeah,
no, it's not natural. But I was gonna say Mystery School. It's kind of like what's that Greek myth of the man trying to roll that big boulder uphill only for it to come down?
Sisyphus.
Yeah.
Sisyphus. Yeah, that's basically what's trying to talk to women is into it's basically Sisyphus, because you roll the boulder uphill only for it to come back down.
Yep, exactly. Because like that's exactly the experience I've had too as well. Where it's like you're constantly pushing this boulder up the hill, trying to like, okay, like I have her attention, she's laughing, I'm doing this, doing that right. You go to the first date, that date went well. Going to the second date, okay, that date went really well. And all of a sudden, you try to get to the third date, and it's like, wait, what the fuck? And the boulder falls right back down the hill, and you're like, okay, like all that work you put in was for fucking nothing. All the money you spent on the date, fucking nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All the text messages back and forth, fucking nothing. All the phone conversations were fucking nothing because you end up back at square zero.
Back at square one with somebody else. Yeah, and like again, because it's like operation. You can play the game completely right, and you can play the game completely right and still get that buzzing sound just because a new Chad or a new Tyrone has entered her picture.
Yep.
You don't know, and that's why it's called invisible tournaments, because you don't know what's going on there. You don't know, and you can even be having these great interactions with these women, and and also too, like
you're not the only one, like that's the problem. You're not the only person hitting that girl up every day. Like, okay, like you're in her text messages or her DMs or on the app still talking to her, and it's like, oh, well, not only is she talking to me, she's also talking to 5 other dudes, and it's like, okay, well, you don't know what kind of game those, or quote unquote game those guys have. You don't know what's going on, because obviously, if you all look generally the same, she's going to use other criterion in which to eliminate you from the dating pool, or eliminate you from the dating match pool. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even say 10. I mean, yeah, it could be 10, but also at the same time, you don't just include the men that she has on the roster. You have to include the men who are coming into her roster via dating apps, via Instagram. It's a constant flow of men, and it's a constant flow of attention.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can, and the fucked up thing is too, is like you can have her attention at that moment, but if you don't measure up to her last few dudes that she's with, again, you know what I'm saying? And especially if those men had broken up with her, you know what I'm saying, then it's a wrap for you, because those men can always enter her the picture, and she will go back to those men 9 times out of 10.
Yep. Yeah. It's a constant like as you said, it's like you're pushing that boulder up the hill, and and it's all for nothing. Like you did all that work for nothing, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, all the FaceTiming or the phone call, and also too, here's a fucked up thing, Mystery School. It's like not to. It's sometimes you can actually enjoy the conversation that you have and enjoy this time you're spending with that person.
Yeah. It's true.
Sometimes, and I know that a lot of women don't really have much, personalities or whatever, but sometimes you can actually enjoy it, and you're wondering like, oh damn, like what the fuck happened, but again, it's like they don't give a shit about a man's personality like that, like not like we want to believe that they do.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's just, it feels like a completely like a fruitless effort, and it feels like sometimes I even wonder what's the point of even trying. Like I have like messages on my phone right now, and like, what's the point of even trying? Like why should I bother? When I even do shit, like fuck it.
Yeah, no, it definitely is but also, yeah, it's a fucked up thing. But yeah, man, I'll leave y'all to it. Have a great stream, and I just want to pop in, and I try not to be in any spaces too often, but I love your shit, Mystery School, and you bring so much value to this community. With
All right, buddy. Thanks for nice to hear that. Yeah. Thanks for showing up.
No, absolutely. You got to have base on here one of these days, bro.
Oh, base Discord cell?
Base Pluto.
Oh, base Pluto. Yeah, I actually have him added on Discord. So maybe I'll have him in here at some point. I don't know. I could probably send him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I might ask him.
Yeah, some good stuff. But all right, man. Yeah, I appreciate you.
All right, buddy. See you next time.
Yeah, appreciate you swinging through, man.
That turned into a dating app game, as someone was saying in the chat. Oh boy, but yeah, it's like it's brutal out there, dude. Like even if you, I think I said this before, but even if you get a match, like it doesn't matter, because like, okay, like, oh, you're Tyrone, Mystery School, you're Tyrone, boy. It's like, okay, like, yeah, you might think that until it blows up in my face and it doesn't matter anymore. Like all those matches were for fucking not.
Yeah, the system fell for everybody.
Yeah.
At every level. Like it's either Sisyphus if you can have sex, or Tantalus if you can't.
Yeah, I can't tell really what's worse. Fine, let me finish eating here.
What do you mean? What fucking not getting any is worse? At least, like I said, at least having sex, you like gone through the process. You have a concrete idea in your head of like, okay, such and such, blah blah. Even if it's hard, you
But
have.
it makes you fucking go like insane though. Like it makes you. I guess you're probably going insane other way. So I guess it's
Yes,
better to have
exactly.
something than not. But like, man, like the insanity of like that grind of pushing up the hill only to get nothing at the end, and doing that 55 times, doing it like 10, even if doing it 5 times. Like let's say you have 5 dates and they end up nowhere, and you're sitting there wondering like, what the fuck is wrong with me? You know what I mean? Like it's always that like fucked up like feeling of like, dang, like I put all that work in. You know, we were talking, I thought we were doing well, and all of a sudden it's like, nope, nothing. And
Yeah,
it's like, fuck, dude.
that's
And
way.
it's like, I guess it's better than obviously being literally having nothing at all. But like, fuck, dude. Like it's extremely demoralizing to have that situation happen to you over and over and over again. It's like it makes you not even want to try anymore. But I guess it's better to be in the game than not to have nothing at all. You know, like for sure.
Yeah, like when I say that, people like get the impression that, oh yeah, one's good, one's bad, because naturally people have that twin dichotomy thing. No,
Yeah.
it's literally just one's worse and one's terrible. Like it's
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shit.
How can you not go insane? Imagine being rejected by your own species. Oh God.
That's what it feels. That's what it feels like, man. It's like, all right, I'm just outcast from humanity now. Like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
And the thing I learned is it doesn't matter how you got in that position. It seems like nature only cares about what, it doesn't care about why. So it doesn't matter how you got into a certain status. Your mind will kind of like operate just by what your state is at that moment. So it don't matter whether you don't have sex because you're doing a like Masonic vow or some crap, or don't have it because you're rejected. Like if it feels like nobody's coming for you, then you're gonna have the same outcome, strangely, whether it's on purpose or not.
And truth be told, for a lot of incel, I think Grimm's out here saying we don't want the sleeve, we just want acknowledged as a human. Like, yeah, like to some extent, it's like when you get accepted by a woman, it's your acknowledgement that like, hey, I'm a man, like I'm quite literally a man, and a woman has taken interest in me, and it's like it's just a signal like of like your masculinity and your manhood to some extent. And when you have zero of that, it basically makes you feel like, oh shit, am I even like a man at this point? Like women aren't interested in me, like I get nothing at all. It's a huge like knock to like your self-esteem and your everything like that. It's just fuck, dude.
It's like Grim said, that it's beyond even masculinity, even though that's true. It's like your actual humanity.
Yeah.
Like if you don't go through that, you're in this constant state of being like unsure if you're human, because your mind's subconsciously like, okay, yeah, I know this stuff consciously, but it's not proven. And you have to live with that uncertainty for the rest of your life.
Yeah, this is a constant level of like, as you said, uncertainty in your mind of like, am I even like a person to these people? Like, am I just like a walking like ATM machine or a walking fucking working machine or something, or what? Or like, I don't know. It seems like we dehumanize a huge portion of the human race in general.
Yeah.
And we're wondering why there's a huge backlash against society and these systems that we've set up. Like, well, yeah, sure, by every measure, we're all better off. But like, people don't feel like they're better off though, and often that has something to do with like maybe these systems that we put in place have destroyed other things. Like, whether we like it or not, when we implement a system, it's going to have externalities, and it's going to have side effects. And we haven't ever dealt with what the side effects of like the sexual revolution. We haven't dealt with the side effects of feminism and the education of women and various things like that. We haven't dealt with those things at all. We've just assumed that those things were good in and of themselves, and that to ever question the goodness of those actions, you get called a human. You get called an evil person for doing that. Like the moment you start questioning, oh well, maybe like this sexual revolution shit wasn't a good idea, or maybe the complete liberation of women wasn't a good idea. The moment you start questioning those things, you immediately get met with like, you're just a bad person. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you can't even question these things. You know, like, it's just fucked up.
Well, that's because back then, like, you ask something like that, it's like, okay, the implication is, are limits bad in a sense? And back then, you could be like, yeah, because freedom is an absolute good. But now we live in this era. It's like, okay, are limits bad compared to survival?
I think that we've been taught that freedom is an absolute good, but I don't think people even back then realized that like laws are simply a limitation of your freedom. Like having a law or regulation is simply a limitation on what you can do in a marketplace or what you can do in society. We've always had restrictions on freedoms and stuff you can do in society for very good reason, because you can't just have people doing anything they want carte blanche. Like you need to have a structure in society for society to function. The problem is though that we took all the social function, social regulation in the system. We took them all out of the system, and we destroyed every last one of them. We got rid of the church, which got rid of sexual regulation, which got rid of all this extra stuff. You know, we liberated the women. We said, okay, you can work jobs now. You can fuck whoever you want. You know, here's contraceptives. Do whatever you want. Do as thou wilt. And now we wonder why. Okay, well, why are so many men in this bad situation? Well, why are so many men feel like they're not a part of the game anymore? And it's like, well, yeah, like we've always accepted the fact of like certain rules are made for a reason, and to not have them is to like, you know, like I always look at people who like argue for like unabashed freedom, and I wonder like, what do you want to be free from? Like freedom from what? Like what exactly was oppressing you in the old system that's different now?
I'm not even against it in a sense. It's just a certain kind of people, and in this case, women don't want to accept the fucking consequences of the shit. That's like I would be like psychologically okay with your position if you were like all 10 toes down on it. Like, okay, yeah, I want to be equal, but I don't want the same responsibility. That shit at a fundamental level doesn't add that doesn't work. It's not even about it making sense. It just physically doesn't work.
Yeah, I just don't think that like, and this is, maybe it's not gonna be controversial in this circle here, but I guess, but like, I don't think women have the capacity to take responsibility. I just don't think they have it because it's never been instilled into them via long years of evolutionary pressure to force them to take responsibility. They've always blamed everything on men throughout all society. It's men's fault that the world's fucked up. It's men's fault that we have wars. It's men's fault that this happens. It's men's fault. They always push the blame somewhere else. And at some point, you have to wonder: is this behavior just simply innate? And if they don't have the ability to take responsibility from their fucking biology, then why the fuck do they have rights?
Like part of me is thinking like maybe that was because since they were so dependent on, because basically if you're a woman, if you don't get pregnant, you basically fail to pass on your genes, you get flushed out. So you can assume that's the state they're going to be in. But if they're in a state like that, or just in general, they're vulnerable to the environment all the time, so they're kind of dependent on other people to survive. Basically, society and their reputation is actually a matter of life and death at that point. So if that's true, then yeah, the people who lie and shift blame and all that would survive more often. So then, of course, it gets elected for, and then like here we are.
Yeah, like I just don't think they have the capacity to do it. So like at some point, like to some extent,
I think responsibility was an evolutionary negative. That's what I'm proposing.
Yeah, for women, yeah, for sure, yeah, it would have had to have been. And I think it's probably a negative for men too, to some extent. Like, you know, the man who gets to pump and dump women and, you know, have a million kids and just fuck off and run away. He didn't. Yeah, it's definitely more advantageous for him to definitely do that shit as well. Like, it works in his favor as well. Like, so to some extent, maybe just responsibility gene, or what I'm gonna call it, is like fucked up. Like, if it's fucking us up, fucking us over to some extent. Like, you know, if you don't have responsibility to society or anybody else, anybody but yourself, you're going to act in a very, very self-interested, self-rational way. That's like, okay, well, what gets me the most stuff that I can benefit from myself, and not what society wants. It's like,
okay, at least for men, it would only operate that way sexually, and for some, because if you're a leader and the buck stops with you, if you're not accountable and you're not truthful, then it's not people that'll punish you. It's just the situation and environment that punishes you. Like if you're by yourself and you're accountable for paying your bills because you're the only person there, it don't matter how you rationalize it, because at the end of the day, you're the one with all the control. So if you fuck up, everything else follows from your fuck up, and you just messed up. There's nobody to cover or whatever.
What animals have responsibility though anyway?
Well, that's the thing we have to go try and see what that even translates as, really.
Because like responsibility to me means like you're held accountable for your actions. Well, human beings hold each other accountable for their actions. So therefore, responsibility to some extent exists, in my opinion. Yeah. Like it's a concept. Like it's been ingrained into you via years of like this via years of a reward and punishment system, where it's like, hey, if you do a good action, okay, we're going to hold you responsible for that action. You're going to get rewarded for that. If you do a bad action, though, you're going to be punished for that. You're going to be held responsible, and you're also going to be punished for that action as well.
And here's my thought on this sort of thing: that once you reach a state of power such that the environment doesn't have control over you, you start to evolve internal controls. Like men, the things that control men in society are usually other men. Like other men will hold you accountable, whatever. Other men will hold you to a contract. Like even in prison, with the most antisocial people ever, they have a code all the time.
Yeah.
So it's innate. So they have like these internal restrictions on their actions. And I think that for women, they've never had a point where the environment or like men weren't there to like limit certain things. So they could always have these instincts just function infinitely, because it'd always be stopped by something else. But now that the environment and the men are just not there in a sense, now they're going infinite without the natural stop, the natural limits. And since they're not internally controlled, it just goes on to infinity, as you can see with hypergamy. They're kind of instincts that literally depend on an external limit or something.
Yeah. It's called shame mystery. Well, yeah, like shame kept people in line. And it's like the weird thing is now the shaming system still exists though, but the problem is that now it's flipped. So what ends up happening now is that, if you're a woman and you actually do want to be a stay-at-home mother, you do want to have the traditionalist mindset and be a stay-at-home mom, stuff like that, you get shamed for that now. So it's literally been flipped now. Whereas back in the 1950s, doing that was the norm. Now it's the exact opposite. You don't want to be a slave wager and work a job and a women's empowerment. You're not all for the feminism narrative. Oh, you're a bad woman. How dare you? You're just a bad person now. Like, it's the exact same. The shame is still there. It's just, the problem is that it's flipped now. The left now has the I'll use the phrase left here because I think it's basically who the ones that push the shit. The left now has the monopoly on what's shameful and what's not shameful.
Yeah. Plus, there's no shame without social leverage.
Yeah.
Like,
Right now,
you have no social power, then your shame
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you shame somebody. It's like, okay, well, if 95% of society in my corner, well, your shame means nothing.
Or even more important than that, if that part of society that shame me is one I inherently don't care about anyway. Like some people talk about, men need to bring back shame from women. If the men that are ashamed them are the same men that they don't give a fuck anyway, they're just invisible, it's gonna add up to nothing.
Yeah, and to some extent, once again, like this, we keep playing this game forward here. Like Chad, the men that you do care about, these Chads, the elites, whatever you want to call them, they have no incentive to ever shame the women because they benefit from the system too. They benefit by getting easy sex. They get the cream of the crop women, who, Instagram models. They get to exploit the women because a woman, they spend more and more money on bullshit, and because of that, well, guess what? Okay, these men get richer, they get more sex, and they have all this stuff like that. So, dang, like, what do you know? Like the men who have the power to stop the system don't want to stop the system. Wonder why? Because they benefit off the system. Why the fuck would they ever stop it?
Woke some diggo young white incels or femboy maxing. Yeah, that's not racially exclusive, sadly.
What the fuck do you want, Buxom Diggo? Brutal. Even though incel streams only Chad gets their comments read. I don't know what you want. Young white incels are femboy maxing. Yeah, they are. Over.
It's like, yeah, I said it before. If females are what's idealized and where all the power is, why wouldn't you want to be one? In essence,
Anything goes in the West, aka Babylon. Yeah. Leftist complaining is annoying. Y'all won the cultural war and political one. You just complain about the rate of speed and you want your shit done. Yeah, effectively, that's what it is. It's so funny because like these feminists were complaining about how like there's not enough women in C suites, yada yada yada. But it's like at the end of the day, what's okay? Like it's like they have no sense of like time scales. Like okay, well when these old boomers retire and the only people left in the market are women to take over the C suites, well who do you think's going to take those jobs? So like we're quite literally going to take the problem and invert it now. We're like women are going to be the ones making more money and men are going to be the ones left out. But I guarantee you society is not going to view that as a problem.
At the same time, I would say if the strategy is working, why would you stop?
Yeah, it's true.
Why let off on the gas?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like when I talked earlier, like probably 2 streams ago about video games. Like, as much as I hate to admit it, it's true. Like, why would Activision bother to make a new IP when Call of Duty prints money every year?
Yeah,
the same formula every fucking year. Kill streaks. Oh, here's a new mode. Oh, you get to kill super zombies now. Okay, like okay, here's your new mode, and we innovated a little bit here, and there you go. But the base game's still the same. You have your gun, shoot dude, get kill streak. You kill a million people with the kill streak. You feel good. You fucking go 95th fucking per prestige, and you're fucking done. Like so, like if the game prints money every fucking year, and the dumb fuck masses buy the game every fucking year, why would you ever change your formula? The same thing goes for Chads and the elites, or what the fuck I want to call them. Like these people have no incentive to actually change the game because, like, if you're making bank money, you're making bank off the system, or you're getting a lot of sex off the system, why would you ever want to change that system for anybody? Why?
Like at this point, you could say that people who want the state to last long term would want to change the system so it actually can. But now I'm thinking I don't actually know who wants it to be preserved now. Like I don't
the system.
Like yeah, who's actually trying to preserve it in a sense now? And I'm not saying as it is. I'm saying okay, I want the United States to exist because I have an interest in it. If all these other parties are doing things that they might even probably know are slowly killing it, then like what are their interests? Like it's like I can't understand what's going on right now. Like the goals of these upper tier people, like what's the point?
No, the goal is to basically be a fucking hedonist. So you get as much shit as you can. I mean, this is not new. Like it happened in Rome too. As the wealth and everything consolidated towards the top, okay, eventually the system collapsed in on itself and everybody fucking died. Like the fucking whole thing fell apart. Like
you already saw Epstein's Island and all that. They've had that for like however many years anyway, as far as personally.
Yeah. Just a matter of like it feels like the time scales are getting longer and longer and longer for like these things to change. I guess the way they view it is like, okay, as long as we give the base person, the regular person, food, water, shelter, and instead of companionship, we give them porn. Okay, if we keep you placated enough with basically bread and circuses, we can keep you dumb enough and basically make you into a fucking cum brain for the most part. You just coom all fucking day long. You eat your fucking gruel, eat your fucking McDonald's or Burger King every fucking day, get fatter and fatter and fatter. We give you Planet Fitness to fucking go work out at, and you never fucking lose weight. Basically, they make you so fucking like placated and fucking fat and lazy to the point to where like, okay, well here you go, like you have all your needs are met. So like, why would you ever rebel? You're fat, you're lazy, you can't even fucking pick up a gun, let alone know how to shoot it anyway. So you get the fuck like. So like the way they view it is like, if we can keep these people placated, okay, well we can keep making more and more money off of them.
Yeah, at a certain point though, it's not even about money. Like I'm gonna like they can. You're talking about people that can buy probably entire countries.
Yeah, and that might even be their next goal. Okay, well, which country can I buy next? Literally own a private country and just exploit it. Fuck it.
Fucking BlackRock, I think, running out of Israel, just buying up the U.S. is. And Grim, yeah, the current trajectory is extinction. This path is unsustainable. Like, yeah, like think about it. We're just laymen who came together online and shit, and kind of figured it out. which means it's been known for at least decades before. Even Pat Buchanan was writing Death of the West, and he's not exactly an elite. So people either knew about it or planned for it. Plus, you see these different types of cultural shifts, like the LGBT. Like LGBT people are what they are, but clearly these things have big money behind them, and it's like. And I know I keep on saying this, but it keeps on drilling in my mind. Okay, I can't figure out like the objectives, like what's your mission? And I know I'm talking in circles. Sorry, but still, it just confuses me that much.
Sometimes there is no like, depending on what we're talking about, sometimes there is no overarching greater mission other than just fucking make more money, get more wealth, accumulate more power, and just keep going and going and going. Like, you know, sometimes there isn't like a greater fucking purpose to some things. Well, depending on who we're talking about. For some people, it's like, what's the point? Okay, I'm going to keep getting more and more money, more and more wealth, get more and more women, get more and more this and more of that, and fuck everybody else. You know, like population reduction. I don't know. I mean, I feel like even those guys know population reduction fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, even with that, like we know the sperm rate's gonna go to like zero. Every man's gonna be infertile by like 2050, which means other people before it got reported already knew about that. And then robots will make us unnecessary. Like, yeah, I've heard one brother say that they want people around just because it's not fun to have all that power without anybody to fuck with. But
Man, I've heard scenarios where it's like basically you can have a small group of people who exist in the world, and you can basically have machines do the rest of the work, and it'll effectively be like utopia. And like, okay, well, I don't know, but
yeah, but I've already said too that as far as upper tier people, the thinking gets kind of sociopathic as all the rest of the people turn into data points and ants.
yeah.
And I can kind of like think that way because I analyze all the time in a certain way. So it's like, okay, if I had this huge useless population, why would I keep them around?
Winning doesn't mean anything if there aren't losers. Yes, that's somewhat true. That's very true, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, Grimm. Once you merge man with the machine replaces humanity. Like on one hand, you have people talking about we're going to be replaced by machines, and on the other hand, you have people like Elon Musk trying to get us integrated. But like recently, I thought like, okay, what if you get so integrated to the point where you don't know where your thoughts end and that machine, whatever's begins? And if that's true, what happens if that machine is altered in some way without you knowing or whatever? Would you even know that you were different now? Like, would you even know that you would change as a person or something, that you've been reprogrammed?
Humans already act like machines these days. Well, that's true. I feel like the more and more connected we become with the internet and stuff like that, the more like it feels like human beings are like networked together to some extent. Like I guess it's always happened naturally, but to see it on a more internet scale is like really odd to see how people like they end up like going to these little cliques. Everybody kind of has the same thoughts in those cliques. Everybody, it's like the fucking guess. Like a.
I mean, to a point, but it's more than just this person has one identity and they go there. No, it's more like schizophrenia is normal now. Everybody has multiple identities, and those identities are segregated. Like I might be on here in the Black Pill space, but another time I might be in the Black Manosphere. Another time I might be talking about, I don't know, I might be talking about stock information somewhere else. And then for 5 minutes a day, you go on Pornhub and you're making one of those perverted comments. It's like, it's more than just one person being one thing at a time going to a segmented group exactly. That does happen. It's more like multiple parts of a person are able to you're able to be this specific thing at this specific time, and it's more catered to you than basically it used to be in the general society.
Yeah, I will agree that it's definitely more catered to you, but it's definitely I I wouldn't say that's fairly new though. Like it happened in the real world as well. Like you put on. We were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about the tone, the way you talk to people. So it's like you don't talk to everybody you talk to the exact same way. So like when you walk around like your workplace, you put on your a workplace mask. And then when you walk to your parents' house, you put on your I'm at my parents' house mask. And that mask might be more a genuine than your workplace mask. And then when you're around your friends, you put on your friend's mask. So you have like a different identity depending on where you are. It's the same idea, but like obviously now that everything's more curated now because all the algorithms are working for it against you at the end of the day, it's you're becoming far more compartmentalized than you ever have been, I guess.
Yeah, it's not that all these human desires and instincts are necessarily gone. Some might be. It's more like they've never been allowed to. They've never been based. I don't know. It's like a rose in a rose competition. Like, yeah, it might naturally grow a certain way, but it's never been curated and like it's never been allowed to get to such a far extent that it was basically never meant to. Like hypergamy was never supposed to be this bad. It was limited by the environment. Compartmentalization was never meant to be this bad. There was never meant to be a such thing as the internet. So basically, we're almost unfit for the very environment we're making.
It definitely seems like the human mind did not evolve to have like these type of connections. Yeah,
well, it was never meant to change within a 10-year period, and now we're talking about even less than that later. Like we're talking about Tinder in 2015 and shit. Like, and the year before, think how different that was in 2014 before it was made. Like,
it's amazing because like if you look back at Obama, and Obama was like 2008, what the fuck was it, 2000, whatever
it was 2007,
2008. It's like it amazed me because like he was you wouldn't really say he was like anti-gay, but he was like pro-traditional marriage Democrat, and like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party were a little bit closer than they ever were. Now it's like within like 4 years we had like approval of gay marriage. So the Supreme Court passed that law, or not the law, but they approved gay marriage being illegal across the world. It's like all of a sudden though, like it just seems like gay marriage just like exploded out and said, okay, well, it's happening now and we're done. Like it's how crazy, like how fast that was though. Like society was anti-gay for like so many years, and it was up to that point to where like all of a sudden it seemed like everything just changed on a dime, and all of a sudden the world just changed. Like what the fuck happened? Like all it took was like one Supreme Court ruling for the populace to change their opinion on gay marriage. Like it seems really weird like how fast that turned around.
And then that wasn't it. Then like a few years late, not that long later, you had trans being normal.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah.
And then now we're going to no maps and all that, which basically acceptable pedophiles. So
yeah. Oh my god, like it's so crazy because like the slippery slope fallacy. Like I used to like pound it at my parents. I used to pound it at my parents. Like, oh, this is bullshit. Like it would never lead to like people like going to like this level of like degeneracy. But like at the end of the day, like this shit is like degenerate as fuck. It's degenerate. So like of course you're gonna go to the next thing and then the next thing and then the next thing and then the next thing. It's like why would you stop? So it's like the slippery slope fallacy is like I used to pound at my parents. I used to be like a huge liberal when I was young. It's like, oh yeah, gay marriage is fine. It's never gonna lead to something else different. It's like, well, yeah, I don't know. Definitely got more degenerate as time went on for sure.
You ever heard of that 5 monkeys experiment?
The 5 monkeys? No. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but yeah. Go ahead.
Basically, it was, and I'm gonna get this kind of wrong. Basically, it was an experiment where they had like a set of 5 monkeys. Or whatever. Every time they tap this bell or whatever, after they climb the ladder, I think it's after they climb a ladder, they pour cold water on them.
Yeah, I think I remember this experiment. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ali. MAPS is no map stands for non-offending minor attracted persons.
Yeah, they're changing the terminology for pedophile, basically.
Yeah, it is literally a euphemism for pedophilia. All right, the experiment for those who don't see. All right, they have an experiment where 5 monkeys, once one of them climbs up a little ladder or something, they leave in the middle, then they pour water on all of them. So eventually it gets to the point where all the monkeys understand, and when one tries to climb up, they all beat them up. Then basically they switch one monkey out every now and then with a new one that doesn't have any understanding of what's going on. So they continue the tradition, whatever. Now, what's interesting is once they switched out all the monkeys, because all the rest of them had been basically raised up that way in that area, they kept the tradition going without understanding why, because nobody had actually climbed up such a
Yep.
long time.
Yeah. I was
So eventually they were continuing traditions they didn't understand. They just understood that everybody else was doing them when they came in.
Yeah, I can't believe, because I actually thought about this before. I was thinking about this probably 2 nights ago, thinking about how like society is basically just one fucked up game of like telephone. Like it's what morals kind of are. Like it's kind of like a war that happens and it breaks out, and like nobody really remembers. This is kind of like us, like World War II. Nobody really remembers the reasons why these things happened. You just keep following the traditions because that's what you've always done, but you don't. But you didn't actually experience the firsthand effects of the initial action that caused these laws to be enacted. So when you actually remove these laws, you don't really understand why these laws were actually enacted to begin with. So people just kind of
At the time you remove them, it's logical. Why would you keep doing something you don't see as having the benefit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Drawlix. Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy boyos? Well, that's not what I want. Just saying hi today. I'm out and about. Got to do errands and stuff. We'll check the stream out later. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, probably mogging us in secret. All right.
Yeah. Getting this Stacy on.
Chang Max.
Oh, Chang. Yeah, Chang maxing over here. But yeah, it just seems like society just feels like a huge fucked up game of telephone, because like we keep telling ourselves these things like don't do this action, don't do this action, don't do this action. All of a sudden, like when you do the action, like I guess there's a reason why we had these different like sexual mores, or we want to call them, because like the reason why those things were enacted was because, hey, wait a second, we realize these actions kind of suck, and if you keep doing these actions, society gets worse off. So we're just going to tell you not to do it. The problem is though, like the people who actually did those laws, the people who inherit those laws don't actually realize what actually happened to cause those laws to be a thing. So,
and like the thing about it is, even though those things might be enacted for that purpose, whether intentional or not, they still get mixed up in cultural and superstition and all that. So it's like, yeah, it makes sense to take down, but yeah, it was still there for a reason. But at the same time, nobody understood what the reason was anymore. So now it just looks like superstition at this point, 500 years later.
Yeah, it seems like superstition, but then the moment like you start seeing the effects of like, oh, this is why they got rid of those things. Or this is why we had those things going on. Holy shit! Oh, it's getting worse and worse and worse now. Oh, that's why they had these regulations and laws in place. Oh, that's why.
Right.
But by the time you realize it, it's too late.
To be for real, I'll even get this stream ban to say this. Oh, I understand why people are going upside their wives' head all the goddamn time. This
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah. Like this concept that we have of like the ancients being the people who came, our predecessors, or they came before us, like somehow like they were somehow like just like stupid people who didn't know what the fuck was going on. They were dumb in some ways, but like there's certain things that are just universal. Like human beings really haven't changed that much. It's just that our technology has gotten a lot better, and maybe we've gotten a little bit smarter. For the most part, though, we just got like this, like we've just gotten smarter a little bit. So like certain actions, like when you hear leader after leader after leader after a philosophical thought leader talking about these issues, and they're like, oh yeah, don't let people do these actions, because this is what happens, and they keep saying it, and it seems to be like in every single civilization, it's the exact same problem that happens every single time. Maybe we should listen to those guys, but instead we're like, oh no, we're post history now. We're beyond those issues now. It's like, no, we're not.
And this is sorry,
nothing new under the sun. Yep.
Yeah, and this related to what the Woksome Digo said. If it wasn't for feminism from the West, I have a QTJ. Yeah, I think that the feminism they have is literally just comes with being a successful civilization. Like if it wasn't white people, it'd be somebody else.
Yeah,
like just by the fact you won the game, that changed the
this happened with the it happened with the Arabs too. I think I've read that that Civilization book where it talks about the civilization collapse. The Arabs talked about how they gave women more rights, they gave them access to the workplace, they became lawyers and judges, and the society just fucking fell apart.
Like whoever's become king will always become cuck. That's
me add people to the stream here.
Oh shit, Black Ron.
I was
Hey,
gonna
what's
talk
up?
about the whole. What's up?
Don't
What?
single Momsburg out today, straight. Don't do that. But what's up, Giant Nickelback, and what's up, Mystery School?
Yeah, what's up?
I figured you'd come on when Jay was on, but
Black Pill J, nah, I was trying to do sit-ups in my room, and my stomach is all greasy now. But other than that,
cool.
Tom Cruise would be in Mystery School stream if he didn't sit on Scientology, Max. Probably.
yeah, Tom Cruise is 5'7", by the way.
Yeah, I knew that. That or and Status Max as well. So
No shit, he's a world famous celebrity and actor, yeah. But back to what Mystery School was talking about civilization and how we've pretty much been the same, but technology just got better. You're absolutely right about that. 100% high IQ.
Yeah, it's true. Like we
Well-
haven't changed that much from a biological standpoint, truth be told. Like I think the guy I always talk to, pretty smart guy, but he said like human beings really haven't changed that much. Like it doesn't matter if like technology's gotten better and it's gotten better at like adapting to our environment for the most part. Other than that, the same fucking shit. You know,
Nah,
nothing-
most-
as
all
he
these-
says, nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, you have all these successful like genetic traits and habits. They're not gonna change on the fucking dime just because fucking YouTube exists now. Nature doesn't work that way.
everything that got easier is sugar mixing, but that's it. Well, that's one cope for incels, for sub 5 incels, I should say.
No, we're just go the dude. Straight. The black pill goes beyond like dating and shit. Like the reality itself is black pilled. Society itself is black pilled. You know. Look
Yeah.
How everyone's all look how everyone is all gung ho about the beer flu. You know, because YouTube, the beer flu. Wink, wink. And how they all want us to take the vaccine when in reality the vaccine does more harm than good.
Hmm. Yeah, I see how that's a black pill, though.
Yeah, and pretty soon they're gonna make it so if you want to function within the society, you got to get vaccinated, and which I don't want to do. But
Well, if there was ever a reason to be in meat, now's the time, I guess.
yeah.
Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. We are getting the
It
same
is.
result 1,000 years later because humanity has not changed. Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. School, wanna know what Tim the Cyborg told me? He told me that Zoomers and Millennials own 1/4 of the wealth that Boomers had, and that's calculated for inflation.
Yeah, we
So
don't.
layman
Shit.
terms, we're broke as shit. In layman
Yeah,
terms.
Yeah, we don't own
right.
shit.
Yeah. So there's that, and I predict in the future because of that, we're going to see a lot more revolutions and civil unrest due to that.
Yeah, it's actually a historical reality. That's the fact of the matter is that when you have extreme levels of inequality, you end up with these like fucked up situations where like people don't have any like hope or stake in society, so they just attack the system at the end of the day. You know.
And you're gonna have
Yeah.
pressure.
Much.
And you're gonna have pressure from the outside nations outside the first world because of climate change and all that, and shortage of resources. So, if y'all think immigration is bad now as a subject, I don't think the wall's gonna stop what's gonna happen this century. Well, this decade.
Yeah, when you start having
Yeah.
a water shortages in third world countries, good fucking luck. It's over.
I think
Yeah.
there's going to be another war coming.
I do predict. I feel like by 2100, all the oil is gonna in the Middle East is gonna burn out. It's gonna dry up eventually, and there's gonna be like the resource wars and fallout. I do predict that might happen in the future.
Well,
Not
that's
only
it.
that, there's
Then-
like in the immigrants from Central America too. So
But Jai, no, go back. Go on. What were you saying earlier about the?
Wait, tell me again.
I was talking about how by 2100,
resource
ideally,
wars, yeah.
yeah, about like how the oil in the Middle East might dry up, and that might cause like a war, a scramble for
Yeah.
oil.
Yeah, don't forget that is at least part of the reason why people are trying to go towards, okay, what are renewables and alternate sources of like, basically, how do we get off the natural petroleum system we're on now in so many aspects?
Yeah.
So by 2100, like, yeah, that's like honestly for something you're talking about, you'd have reached the cataclysm by like 2040 or 2050 maybe.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to change on a dime now. Like, oh shit, we actually need to get off this dying corpse of a system now.
Yeah. Because think about it. Suppose all the oil in the Middle East dries up, right? And America wants it, China wants it, and Russia wants it, and you also have the political turmoil in the Middle East. That's a bad recipe. A bad recipe. Like,
Really, I think the next big crisis asset is probably gonna be water actually, because like I
Yeah.
believe in Somalia or not Somalia, Ethiopia. They're actually damming up a river that goes to Egypt. That could be a huge issue because like that's gonna make Egypt it's gonna dry up the basins there for sure. So yeah, obviously gonna have a little less water in Egypt, which would cause a war. You have in India. India's actually probably the next big hotbed because they're China's damming up the two rivers in India that could cause a war as well. And India is a U.S. ally, so it's like, oh shit. So I mean, they're both a nuclear power, so who knows what could come out of that one as well. So like, you have two of the most populated countries on the face of the planet, and one of them damming up the other one's river. What do you do when that country can't supply food and water to its citizens anymore? Like they're gonna fucking go crazy in that country.
Yeah, but at the same time, how do you fight a war without soldiers?
India and China. India's got plenty of people there. I mean, yeah, sure, the population just sucks.
Yeah, but hear me out. It's not about the amount I'm talking about. It's about the system of replenishment in a sense. Like I heard that even the Indian fertility rate is mostly because of Muslims anyway.
Might be. It depends on what they can do.
But yeah, let's take it from the Chinese side. Even though you have all these soldiers and all that, and we know that they're not that sophisticated exactly, I would guess. But anyway, you had this system where you also have, and it goes back to the incel crisis all the time because you only have young men to draw from, and they already don't like you, and you're not that sure if you even have a way to get them to participate because it'd be easier to just fight you.
I mean, you'd be surprised a narrative that somebody can cook up in a lab somewhere and say, okay, well, we'll cook up this narrative because we know it'll work on the populace, and you don't need a large percentage of people that say believe something to get something done. You just need enough people to get something done. Most of the population couldn't give two halves of a fuck, but if you get like 30% or 40% of people that actually give a fuck about it, all of a sudden you have enough support to actually rally a base of people to actually go fight a war and take over a country.
Yeah, but then think about after that, you don't have the birth rates to replace them because remember, I think China might be as low as 1.05. So any war you might fight might be Pyrrhic. Like, okay, even if you won, you've already left the space for a third power to come in and mess things up.
Well, historically, after wars, oftentimes there is a population boom.
Yeah, but we've never been at this point in history before.
The problem is mainly because most of the men have died, though.
Now they're not they're just not motivated, and a lot of men today have mental health problems, and we're not physically fit enough due to us being what's that called, being pacified with video games and television and pornography. So there's that.
It's an interesting thing to think about. Okay, in the modern first world country, what would it act like post-war, whether it won or lost? Have we ever been in this sort of space before?
Yeah.
Even if
and no, go back. I said before, and I'll say it again. The men aren't going to be motivated. Imagine you were KHHV all through high school, right? There's like a draft. You get drafted, right? Your grandfather, who fought in the Second World War, he has a picture of his girlfriend in his helmet on his way to the friggin' Omaha Beach. You have nothing. You have your waifu doll.
Yeah, all you guys are fucking picture of fucking Ray Ayanami, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you got the same pictures everybody else in your fucking unit, so you can't even feel special.
Yeah.
Even if we did get drafted, we would all die anyway. So.
And think about also Jack, and I'll go back. Suppose like it's gone to the point where you have like OnlyFans thoughts who get paid to perform for soldiers overseas.
We over here talking about incel armies. This is the end of history. Oh yeah, Grim is called drone warfare. Drones can't do everything. You still have to have humans do a lot of work.
You still have to have humans control the country as well. You can't just have like a drone. Drones can't like themselves hold land.
The fact that we had an incel that did survive and ran over people in Toronto.
We're not gonna talk about that. We're on. No. You're gonna get Mr. School banned. Don't talk about that. Shh. Hush, hush. Don't talk about AM.
I think. Okay. I think we used
Yeah.
initials. It might have been fine, but I'm not gonna debate that.
What AM?
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I don't want to get you banned, dude. I don't want to get you banned off YouTube. Just AM.
All right. Well, let's just say incel
Okay.
soldiers then. Former incel
Yeah.
soldiers and how they'd react. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
How would they react? Like, we already talked about unstable civilians, to be honest. Like, can you imagine a fucking incel soldier with PTSD
Yeah.
that
that's
went
not
over with nothing to live for and came back with less?
good.
That shit was...
That is brutal.
Yeah,
That's scary, though.
Grim, imagine us being a subhuman willing to fight a war for Israel. I can't imagine one. That's the whole... Like, it does not compute. God damn it.
It's brutal because like you still get nothing at the end of the day.
Yeah. They were fighting the draft in Vietnam and they were still fucking back then. I cannot imagine. Oh my God. Y'all talking about the beta uprising. Like, that shit. That shit made me sadder than that fucking BPJ discussion. God.
What was Black Pearl J talking about? What was the convo about?
It's about the dating market and mystery school. You still here? Oh shit! It was about the dating market and dating apps and a few things other than that. I forgot because my memory's always shit.
Yeah, it's over for a lot of average men out here, bro. You're gonna see a lot of high tier normies and Chad lights coming in here in 5+ years. So there's that.
Yeah, and I already made the term Chad cell, so feel free to borrow that. If you're in California, you can just use that now.
Yeah, because a lot of women today have unrealistic expectations. Like 2010 wasn't that bad. I remember when I was younger and shit, I saw guys who were like me who had girlfriends, but now you barely see that shit.
And like I said, it's sub 11 now. You're gonna be competing against dudes that don't even exist. You're gonna be competing against concept of Chaz. Like,
Yeah, we're competing with Zeus now and Hades, pretty much.
Right. Yeah, like fucking yeah. I want a guy who's like 8 feet tall, makes like $2 billion a year. I let that exist. Well, I still want him. Like that sort of shit.
I think we really live in a beta uprising now that I think about it.
No, wait, no. You're nowhere near a real beta uprising. A real beta uprising that would just destroy society, basically. Like this shit right here is like the precursor to the first thought of the battle and shit. Like I said, betas do all the shit work. They will do all the shit work. They do all the important work. So, and right now everybody's still working. They're just, some people are laying down flat. If it really got to a point where people either really got fucking tired of it, like even China in the Eldar Revolution alone were laying flat. That's enough to destroy their society right there just by making them non-competitive. So you can't imagine what would happen if those people actually got mad instead of depressed.
Yeah. And I feel like with Japan as well, because Japan has a huge incel problem. I feel like that's going to cause a lot of our copes in America to go to shit. These men are motivated to work in the factories. No PlayStation, no PC, no iPhone. So what are we going to do? These men are motivated to come into work in those factories to come home to nothing.
Well, for Japan, they might try to bring in immigrants if they get desperate enough, but who knows?
Yeah. Because the thing about Japan, right? In Japan, right, it's gone to the point where men actually pay girls at bars to fucking talk to them. It's gone to that point.
Yeah, that's always been a thing, though. That's just a girlfriend experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got that over
I was
here.
actually reading an article about a Japanese man who owned his own business and he married a doll, like an actual sex doll.
Yeah, that's
It's
nothing.
pretty
There have already
impressive.
been men that married VR characters and characters in games. So
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, this is the future of Japan is just basically the West, worse in the West in this point, though.
Yeah.
yeah,
What's up, Jack Tisson? What's up, my dude?
yeah. What's up?
Oh, yeah. I just followed along with what you were talking about when it comes to the geopolitical situation across the world, and I did do quite a bit of study into this a few years back. In my opinion, amongst where it matters, working classes. I can't see any Western government being able to mobilise their military age young men, because people just, when people fight for something, it's generally the nationality, their sense of connections back at home, their sense of patriotism, all the different factors that build an effective military force. But you look at the West today, and there's something like up to 40% of young men are in a situation now where they're never going to have the basics, such as their own home and a family and a decent job. These people don't care about the nation. So in a way, that's a good thing when it comes to the geopolitical situations. We're not going to see a situation, in my opinion, where you're going to get national governments being able to mobilise young men like you did in the past. That's a good thing. I mean, I know you're Americans, but do you know about the early stages of recruitment in England? In Britain during the First World War.
Yeah, they had those. They had those propaganda photos with the British guys with the Brody helmets and shit. I think I know what you're talking about.
Also, did the White Feather campaign, was that just in the U.S. or was that also in the U.K.?
Well, this is my personal family history up in Scotland, up in the Highlands. I read the military documents of my family members, and some of them died in that war, and they volunteered within 15 days because they had this intense sense of duty. But luckily today, every cloud's got a silver lining. I can't see the British population going on mass into recruitment centres to fight a war, in Britain for whatever reason, And actually, funny enough, we have a lot of anti-war protests. I mean, before the Iraq War, the biggest protest in British history was held. We had 2.5 million people out on the streets of London who were saying we don't want to fight this war.
I have a question. Why did Great Britain get involved? Because we got involved because of 9/11, and Saddam was saying all the oil and shit. But why did Great Britain get involved? That's my question.
Tony Blair.
I'm gonna go to eat. I need to go to my my grandma's right now, so I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, but go on, Jack. Listen, go on.
Yeah, the simple answer is Tony Blair. Tony Blair was working for some very powerful interests. Who are international in their thinking, and he was influenced to fight the Iraq War. The guys. Tony Blair was in my opinion, perhaps the worst prime minister that the British have ever had. He was a particularly bad human being. I don't really like politics too much because it's so distressing. But if you look at what the Western powers did to the Iraqi nation, I think something like 500,000 children were starved to death from the sanctions.
Yeah, it's pretty depressing.
Yeah. Well, they don't care, do they? They don't care, do they? It's not their children.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you're looking from that high up, then it's really a matter of statistics. But as far as violence, as far as the wars, I think the biggest threat, if let's say, now projecting power, that's definitely an issue if you have a nation full of incels. But I think being attacked is the greater threat, because if you are attacking your incel nation, your men at best won't fight, but at worst, you might have a lot of people that convert to the enemy.
Yeah. I mean, Jack.
And you don't know who will do what.
Jack, you're a American black cell, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. Say America got attacked by China, and you've got I don't think this would happen, by the way, but say this is a special set of circumstances, and the Chinamen come over and they look to invade America. what the hell has America done for you? You know what I mean? So, you know, what you're gonna, you know, this is the problem that's going to happen. There's a lot of guys, you know, there's a lot of Jack Nickelbacks in America. They haven't been given the basics. You know, if you haven't been given the basics, you're not going to care about your own territory. Yeah.
All this sexual stuff is basically a form of socialization. If you like, nobody like back then, like, how should I say this? Back during these wars, people fought for their country. Now people are just asking someone like me to fight for a country. I don't have a sense of possession.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll that back real quick, because people fought for the country because it got them something as well. Like, it wasn't just a matter of like people didn't just nobody just fights for something as nebulous as like Great Britain or something like that. Like,
no, that's not.
Yeah, you fight because like you have a stake in society. You have something there for you, and in general, the society generally works for you as well. Okay, like the British society, British culture, all this stuff works for me to some extent as well.
No, that's what I mean, though. Like, it's
No,
I'm not saying some nebulous concept. Hold on, I'm not talking about some nebulous concept. I'm talking about you had actual things you possessed. Like, I have my family back home. Oh, I have my house back home. I have actual tangible things I want to defend. Now they're trying to tell us who have, like, we don't even have property, let alone people. So we have like nothing to extend our ego to have this greater sense of defense for.
Yeah, there's no stake in society.
Yeah. I mean, say for example, you know, I'm living in Britain, and there was, you know, the Chinese and the Japanese and the Russians got together and they come to invade Britain. I've got no. I'm a sub-5 male. My chances of getting a woman and building a family is very, very low. Property prices in Britain are through the roof. You know, in London, you're looking at over £1 million to get yourself a basic property. When it comes to the workplace, you've got work instability now because, you know, let's face it, there's a lot of competition due to feminism. You've got females in the workplace, and as the Asian gentleman a couple of weeks ago said, in the workplace now, if you've got a attractive young female who's underqualified and you've got a sub-5 male, the company are going to choose the female. So, you know, you've got this instability. You know, you're going to be the first to lose your job. And then they expect me to stand with a gun and defend this country. No way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Jack Tyson, during the Vietnam War, the Viet Cong and the NVA would drop pamphlets saying, "Black man, go home, that's not your war. Black man, go home, that's not your war," to demoralize them. They're basically saying, what do you have to fight for back home? Your ghetto? Your slum in the South? I mean, yeah.
Exactly. If you're living in, you know, somewhere, you know, you're in America, we are basically going to go back to a situation where your personal circumstances aren't that good, and you're going out there to die in Vietnam. That doesn't make sense. If you've got something to fight for, like you've got property, you've got women, you've got everything you need, then you should side with your country. But if your country's not offering you anything, don't do anything for it. You know.
I guess the only real reason to even bother to like fight would be like, hell, would Chinese rule be better or worse than American rule to some extent? Like, who would you rather be have your boot on your neck for? You know, like who's a boot do you want down your neck? You know, like.
You know, put this example, like America and Britain went to war, and I've got to face you three guys. Yeah, I mean, I've got no beef with you three guys. You know, your situation's similar to mine. You know, you know, it's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, I feel very strongly that people shouldn't go to war for their national states unless it's a situation where you have got no choice. You've got no choice. You know, if you've got things to defend, for example. You know, if you get invaded and you've got family members and you've got extended family members and people are, you know, actively trying to kill them, then yeah, sure, you've got to fight back. But, you know, for a general person, I believe that if you go to war, for people who Henry Kissinger, he made a comment about the American military servicemen and called them animals. Yeah, that's the beliefs of the elites when it comes to these personnel. You know, you're making an ultimate cuck move if you allow yourself to be brought into these circumstances, in my opinion.
Yeah, very true.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely seems like war is becoming. If we do have like, I do kind of like look at these cyber attacks as being like probably the next frontier of like actual conflict. Or I want to call it these like weird like the attack of the gas line we had, and then we had the attack of the meat processing plant that we had a few years ago. Was the attack of the what's that thing called, the metro system in New York, I believe, got attacked. Like these are probably gonna be the next like big things to like destabilize your enemies instead of doing the full on all out fucking like launch fucking rockets to somebody and then end the whole war that way. Like it's almost gonna make America's like investment into that military won't seem like a joke now. I think what's the point?
Yeah, I've actually like looked up a bit of this. There's even a video on YouTube saying, I forgot where it was. I always forget my goddamn sources. Saying like the future war is probably going to be underground because there's going to be so much basically surveillance and all that sort of stuff in the air. You have to. So they're training people to fight in caves and shit. And then we already know about the drones and all that sort of thing. So it's going to be interesting as hell. But yeah, probably cyber warfare is definitely, cyber warfare is now. What am I talking about the future?
Yeah. Yeah, also as the world become more globalized, people just like don't have the whole like hatred of like this raw hatred of other nations to begin with, because like, okay, well, I know somebody from this country, like I know that they're good people, I know that this is okay. But like when you have like a nation, like back in the day though, like other nations were kind of like these like foreign nebulous kind of like places that don't really like, okay, well, I don't really know the Orient too well. I'm not gonna go over there. I don't know, these people are kind of weird. My a narrative that's been pumped into my country that these people are bad people and that I shouldn't like them, so I'm not going to like them at all. But like, in reality, the moment you start having people like from other countries talk to each other and share stories, and they have the similar experiences, all of a sudden those bonds become stronger than like any sort of national bond for sure.
And this is related to what Woksum Diggo said. Elon Musk said drones have made modern warfare tactics irrelevant. I think it's going to get so crazy that even terrorism might be to a point irrelevant. Like not terrorism inside your own country, but if you're occupying the enemy state and there's guerrilla action, because part of that is that you create such a resource drain on the occupier that they have to get out, and you're killing all these soldiers, and there's actually a propaganda bonus, and people don't want to see their sons die. But if we're talking about a drone, that's just spending money. Like if America loses 10,000 soldiers, that's a news story. But if they lose 10,000 Raptors, that's just a mark on a receipt somewhere. Like, oh, okay, let's just raise the taxes on the poor 1%. We can cover that tomorrow. So, like, even the human cost of war, as far as the perpetrators, is going to go down so low that it's going to be irrelevant.
Yeah,
like,
you're
nobody
right about
cares
that,
if you
man.
lose objects.
Yeah.
That is a good question. So
I feel
who
like
decided
go back.
the
Sorry, should I go back? I feel like it's gonna sound fucked up. I feel like as in the West, we kind of put ourselves in this fucked up predicament. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
We did it to
it seems
ourselves.
like it's a natural consequence of technological and, by extension, social progress. It's like it's just a matter of the position that stuff like this naturally happens. Kind of, it's no one's fault. Not anyone's fault completely. Exactly. Just you hear this is what happens with being here. Like, oh, you make a hey saffron pill. Oh, you make agrarian culture. Okay, all of a sudden you have the ability to make massive amounts of people in this small space. Now war is a natural consequence, and territory is a natural consequence because you don't have to migrate all the time. And one of the things with migrating all the time as a hunter-gatherer is that you can only carry so many things and possess so many things. But when agrarian culture started up, all of a sudden people could stay at the same place. So now you have the concept of permanent property, and permanent property you can pass on to the next generation. And then you had the concept of mass war because you can actually make giant populations. It's nobody's fault those things developed. They're just a natural consequence of developing that sort of technology.
It's true.
Yeah.
Because the reason why is because like when I see little kids who are 8, 9, 10 years old playing outside, the very few. I think to myself, some of those kids are going to be like true selves when they get older, and it's freaking depressing, and they don't even know it yet. Sorry, stuttering.
Yeah.
So once they hit dating age or hit the age where you have to go to college and find a house and stuff like that, go into the adult world, they're going to be fucked more than the Zoomers are.
But the sad part is they're gonna be fucked and they won't even know it because like they're gonna grow up in a society where it's like, oh, not owning a house is normal. Oh, I'm not having a wife is normal. Oh, not doing this is normal. Oh, that's normal. Oh, this is normal. They're gonna grow up and realize, oh, okay, this stuff is normal. This is what people have always done. When in reality, they're gonna have like no frame of reference. We talk about this before all the time, but like they're gonna have no frame of reference to go off and say this is not normal. This is abnormal. This is weird.
Yeah, it's kind of like how in Fallout 4, a lot of little kids in that game, the very few don't know what life was like before the nukes fell. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, the moment,
Yeah.
like, it's like trying to explain to somebody, like, okay, like, it's kind of like one of the last big innovations with smartphones. Like, how do you explain to somebody, like, back then, like, with smartphones, they're going to change the world, or like, how do you explain to somebody, like, who's always had a smartphone, what it was like to, like, use like a fucking cheap ass fucking flip phone or some shit? Like, they're like, what? People use flip phones back then? What are you talking about?
Like, imagine telling Mark Zuckerberg that he would end sex and humanity back then. He would not believe. He wouldn't even be able to conceive that shit. But here we are. Like, oh yeah, you're making Tinder. Yeah, you're gonna end all life as we know it. The fuck? I'm just making a dating site.
Yeah, he just wanted to make money.
Yeah, all Tinder is, all Tinder is liberal eugenics. I always call it that. It's liberal eugenics. 'Cause all you're doing, you're picking a small pool of men based on traits they cannot control.
Bro, feminism knows no party. Like, it's not liberal eugenics. It's just unlimited female eugenic habits. That's it.
Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Hypergamy unleaded, bro.
Yeah, Jack Nickelback and Jack Tyson. I'm not gonna lie. Funny mustache man from Germany would have loved Tinder.
You reckon? No.
What do you mean you reckon? What do you mean? Funny mustache man would have loved Tinder. He'd have loved it.
Maybe. I mean, I think when you've got this, when you've got unmitigated hypergamy, it is a form of eugenics, because you've got you've got females who I mean, I've got a theory that I was talking about the other day to my friend, and I called it, for want of better words, I call it the eugenic in-group. And what it means is it's the part of the population that have on their faces, they're reflecting a level of genetic health. And if you don't reflect on your face a level of genetic health, then whatever females and males you come into contact with throughout your life, you're either going to. Did you see this young kid who was in America? He was really short. Have you seen this? His Jester Maxim video. Have anyone seen this?
No, we haven't. Post it in the private chat, or post a link in the general chat in YouTube, so we could all watch it when it's still.
Yeah, post in the private, and I can post it to the public chat.
Right. Yeah, and just this. What happens is that I personally, I'll keep it as succinct as possible. I think that the superorganism of a population group, they work subconsciously, and if you to exclude people who are not part of the eugenic in-group, people like myself, and what they understand is through evolutionary behavior, is that, for example, if you're not socialized enough, you start to develop mental health problems, and there's hormonal effects that your stress levels go up, and you get more cortisol, you get more adrenaline, and these affect your health. If you're not getting snuggles with females, then it affects your brain, and this affects your mental health. And if you keep on getting these exclusionary experiences, effectively you're dying, and other people are living. And I think this is the Tinder. This is what ties with you, Ronin, is that what Tinder's doing is it's practicing a form of exclusion on a huge amount of males, and it's practicing a form of eugenic selection. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad though. I feel so bad, dude. Because pretty soon there's gonna be no Chad light. You're gonna either have Chad or Incel, no in between.
Shit.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
no Chad
yeah.
lights and no red pill by that time.
Of course.
Yeah, it'll get to a stage, I think, where if you're a sub 8, you're basically an incel.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy on YouTube who talks about oofy doofies, you know, and he's saying that there's
Cope. Not
and
real.
he's saying, and I run this experiment in London. I was in London yesterday, and I was sitting in Oxford Street, and I looked at couples, and I didn't see one sub 6 male with a female. And I'm pretty good at judging faces. I didn't see one sub 6 male with walking down the road with a female. It's now high tier normie or above. There isn't these guys who are oofy doofies. So you've basically got guys who are good looking, but they haven't been to the gym for 6 months or a year, and they're not oofy doofies. They're just a little bit out of shape. You haven't got these sub 5 walking around women anymore. If you're a sub 5 male, your options are pretty. And I don't mean to. I really don't mean to demoralize people. But if you're a sub 5 male, get used to having a bad life.
Yeah, but Giant Nickelback, here's the Giant Nickelback. Jack Tyson, I've been told I'm a 5 out of 10, but yet when I was on Bumble, I was getting matches with land wheels. I'm not gonna land wheel max. I'm just not doing it. So I deleted my shit.
Then be prepared to be alone then.
What are you in the face? What are you in the face running?
What happened?
What are you? I mean, if it's okay,
I look like Hobson with glasses. The rapper Hobson. Imagine him with glasses. That's pretty much what I look like. I'll explain. Imagine Meek Mills, the rappers, mixed with Hobson but with glasses. That's pretty much what I look like.
I'll check him out. Hobson.
Yeah, those two faces mixed together with glasses. That's legit what I look like.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10" in shoes.
So 5'9".
Yeah.
You can't count the Air Force Ones or platform shoes when you're doing your height, bro. This.
Okay.
When I was on there, I got matches. Sorry.
Yeah, baby. I'm 7 feet with stilts. Like, fuck. My bad, brother. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah.
Mate, you mock me. Rodney.
Well, hold on.
I just looked at him. You mock me.
Yeah, Ron.
So,
yeah.
Sorry. All right, let me just mute. I'm just messing up.
Enrique, go ahead. I don't think someone has to talk, so Enrique, go. I think you had a question earlier.
Actually, no, I forgot about that question from earlier. But
okay.
I was gonna say, but go ahead, Ronan. Go ahead. I'm losing my train.
I was gonna say, like, you're gonna have dudes who are sub 5 who are gonna be messed up, but at the same time, you're gonna have dudes who are sub 5 who don't like the options they're getting. You know what I'm saying? Because you have dudes who are true cell that land wheels don't even want, and then you have low tier normies like me who got messages from land wheels on Bumble who don't want a fucking fat bitch max. You know what I'm saying?
Excusable vol cells. That's growing now. It's like I said, it's everybody falling down. So you got the people who can't. You got the people who never got anything. You have the people who used to be able to get something but now can't. And then you have the people who can get something, but they don't like their falling options. Like, everybody's options just went down. Like,
yeah.
How do we determine?
No, go ahead.
How do we determine who's our looks match? Like, how do y'all determine that when y'all look at how do y'all judge that? Like when maybe you're on a profile and you're like, yeah, this person is around my level, you know?
I would say in general, you want to kind of take the average of what you're getting and matching up with. Obviously, when it comes to people like Chads, the exceptions, Chads are obviously going to get every single woman's going to like them. So obviously, when it comes down to it, they're going to be getting fat bitches and skinny bitches and decent looking bitches. But if the woman he only matches with are literally only 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10 Stacy's, okay, he's probably a decent looking dude. When it comes down to people in the middle, okay, if you're getting fat bitches, skinny bitches, and the people you actually match with at the end of the day are probably going to be your you're equal or below, somewhat around there. So like it's a pretty decent. People always say you're like the average of what you attract. So like when you just start looking at like what you're getting, then like if you're quite literally getting fat bitches and you don't want those, then you have zero options at the end of the day. So
shit, that wasn't just fat bitches, bro. I was getting like fucking filler park thoughts. It was like white trash filler park thoughts too. Like I smashed one, but I shouldn't. I know I'm worth more than that.
That's the thing. The thing is,
whoa, dude, you got some crazy shit going on in the back of your. What's going on with your thing?
What you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before Enrique went to the Grand Prix, I was saying that's like what you're saying is that's what you probably should get, and maybe even I would even go say maybe even deserve, but that don't mean it's the reality right now. Like, yeah, that's what you naturally think you go up to, and that probably naturally is where. But once you adjust for the culture, like you pretty much are equivalent to the fat bitch. It's like adjusting for inflation. Like, yeah, the money's worth this much, but you got to take these other cultural factors into account now.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Adjusting for inflation, so like you have to adjust for sexual inflation. When you adjust for those factors, it's like, oh shit, the only I can get are these type of women. Oh shit, like
oh Ronan, shit, my looks matches 500 pounds. God damn it, we should be on Jerry Springer.
Ronan, when you were saying, like fat, are you talking literally obese?
Got to be
obese. Like big belly, big arms, hoop earrings,
nose
obese. Ring, long fake nails. Listen to Cardi B, those types. But Caucasian,
obese.
No.
Yeah.
I'd rather just be incel.
So basically, they're obese. Yeah.
Basically, like, if you try to fuck, you got to find the pussy first. That's what. Yeah. Yeah. Goddamn.
I mean, I've been on online dating a few times, but I got myself rated the other day. I wanted to find out finally what my rating was, and it's pretty dismal. I actually thought it'd be higher than it was, and I've tried online dating a few times. And I don't know if it's you say you meet your match, I just meet crazy girls, I've had several FaceTime instances with these women, and I tend to meet mental women, and maybe I'm a mental cell, so maybe that's why,
Now, one thing to keep in mind with all this, we're exceptional, and not saying good or bad. I'm saying just because people like us may reject certain types of women, there's like 100 dudes that look better than us probably anyway.
Yeah, and I know go back. What I was gonna say also race plays a factor too. I'm a lanky black dude, so I feel like that plays a factor in me matching with fucking biggest hell chicks on Bumble. Back when I used to have that shit. I feel like that does play a factor. That happened to you, bro? Were you getting like white trash and biggest hell chicks?
Man, I never tried to date online like shit. I'm fucking.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do get, I get the quote unquote the likes and the fat bitches. I don't like them back. So the women I end up actually matching up with are decently attractive, decently in shape. I'm not really opposed to like dating someone who has a little bit of meat in the bone. I just don't want to get like quite a literal land whale. Like
hell no.
Imagine Jim Max and just get crushed by a land whale. Imagine you can bench press like 10 plates on both sides, just get crushed by a land whale.
Yeah, that's the worst way to fucking go. Like, what the fuck was the point? You might as well
by a land whale.
I mean, but it's very obvious. Like, I've read this. I didn't read this, but rather I showed this meme yesterday. Basically, of like, fat women don't want fat men. Like, it's just true. They don't want fat men at all.
Why do fat chicks want toothpicks though? That's my question.
Because they're not attracted to fat men.
Genetic match.
Yeah, you will never get a thin girl. Just go ER like shit.
Yeah, I'm a lanky dude, so why I'm not like that? That's a -1 off my masculinity. So why am I getting like land whales if women like masculine features? I don't get it. Like, doesn't make sense.
Because those women can't get better men than you. To be honest, that's simply it.
I mean,
sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry, Jack. Go on, my friend.
No, yeah, mystery. Spec Streaming said it like you forgot. It's not overweight women don't want overweight men. It's plus size women don't want overweight.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was about to show that screen, but it's true. Like, yeah, like it's right here. Like, plus size women admit they aren't attracted to overweight men. Now, first thing first, notice the title here: plus size and overweight men. So it should say overweight women admit they aren't attracted to overweight men, but it says plus size because that's like the PC word for a fat chick, or rather a land whale. And at the end of the day, as a plus size woman, there is this expectation that you should only date overweight men. Somebody's echoing. Who is that? I'm gonna mute everybody. Fuck it. These women open up about dealing with the stigma of being plus size and refusing to settle and date overweight men, from dealing with harsh criticism to feelings of guilt for their preferences. Find out what they had to say in these tell-all confessions. It's like, what the fuck? So like even they don't want their look match. I'll go ahead and unmute everybody now. So unmute you. Okay.
No, but if it's like I said before, if they have other people down that are basically dumpster diving and all that for those women, they're gonna judge themselves by those divers. They're not gonna judge themselves again. They're not gonna judge those average men going against other average men. They're gonna judge them against the Chads that have a bad night one day and decide to sleep with them.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, people will always judge themselves by their best work and never their worst work. It's kind of like it's like you're doing a bad job at work one day, but you don't ever. It's kind of like stock trading. It's like you bring up your best trades, but you never bring up your worst trades. It's like, oh yeah, I made a bunch of money off these trades here, but my worst trades, I'm not talking about those. Like I'm not gonna talk about how much money I lost in those. That's true for everything, though. Yeah.
Now, while that example personally hurt me,
I hear you.
It might be true. Every fat bitch is an alpha widow.
It might actually be very, very accurate, actually, to say that, because really, if Chad's having a slow night, or even Chad Light's having a slow night, he's like, hey man, I gotta pound something tonight. Oh, I'm gonna hit up fucking I don't know what's her fucking name, not Stacy, but like Miranda or some shit. She's like a fucking 250-pound fucking big ass fucking land whale. You're like, I'm gonna hit that shit tonight. He's like, fuck it, I gotta get something in here. And he's like, okay, well, she's gonna look at that standard, and it's probably happened to her more than once because it's a slow night. He's got the beer goggles on. He's fucking desperate. He's like, all right, I'm gonna take you home. And he takes her home, and five chads have done this. Well, she's gonna immediately think, well, hell, my standard's gonna be sky high now, because if I've gotten this before, why can't I get it again? It's kind of like going from eating like shitty ass fucking crappy fucking steak to eating like filet mignon the next night. Okay, well, you kind of can't go back if you've been eating that your whole life. It's like it's really hard to go back.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just basically general overall sexual inflation of women and the sexual deflation of men. Men have been devalued when women have been, valued for basically, or overvalued. So.
Yeah, I mean, in London, you just see it all the time. You just see these females, and then some of these women aren't that good looking. They have this makeup on, and they do it's kind of like a form of witchcraft. They come across as really attractive due to their cosmetics, but let's face it, if men could do the same thing, would be on their level. But as you say, if you get pumped and dumped by a few chads, give it a couple of years, and they're going to start believing that every single man they come across who isn't a chad is totally beneath them. And then you're not dealing with a woman that's 150 pounds overweight. You're also dealing with a woman who believes that she's genetically superior to you.
Yeah.
And, how the hell can you build a functional liaison with a woman who believes she's better than you when she isn't? It's impossible, and obviously you can't blame Chad, you can't blame Tyrone. I mean, they do what they do. If I was a Chad or a Tyrone, I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's another big thing. It's like a lot of people think they're like holier than thou when it comes to like this issue. It's like, no, if you were in that situation, you probably do the exact same actions, whether you like it or not. Like you're only here because like you're only in this stream basically talking to random shit right now because like you're not in the position of power basically at the end of the day. Same thing goes for economics too. Like I think that the whole communist socialist movement somewhat is like a basis of like, hey, I'm not in the position of power, I'm in a lower position, therefore I'm going to try to take from them. It only makes sense too as well. Like it makes sense like to some extent. Like obviously if you're at a disadvantage, you're going to do everything in your power to get to an advantageous position.
Yeah, and I think this is going to feed into in the next 20 years. There's going to be a lot of social instability because when you've got loads of men who haven't got the basics, what you said earlier, Mystery, and the basics is what we all want. That picture you showed, just you're not asking for much. You're just asking for a stable job, a home, and a family. I mean, that's not much, really, is it? That's not.
It really isn't that. It shouldn't be much, but it seems like when the moment men complain about that they aren't even getting the basics of life. I'm going to show this picture again. The basics of life, like men only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting. It's like they want a house, a car, nuclear family. That's all men really want. Like at the end of the day, and it's like, I think the one thing that gets like the whole food, water, shelter meme of like this is what people need to survive. I think that companionship should be a fourth factor there. I think at the end of the day, I think that people need this shit, and if men don't have it, if men can't even get the basics of life, and like they feel like they're not part of society, then why the fuck would they try? You would almost expect them to drop out of society.
Yeah,
well, yeah.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Jack. Sorry. Or other Jack. I don't know which Jack Tiffin go first.
Okay, well, I was listening to that Todd, Todd Thunder, what was his name? Todd
Thundercock, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and he's getting neat bucks at the moment, and he was just saying, I've got nothing. I've got no, he was working 50 hours a week in IT, and he said, I wasn't spending the money. I've got nothing to spend my money on, And I think a lot of guys, I mean, the people you got to feel sorry for some guys like these Japanese men. You're saying that they go into bars now and they're paying women to talk to them at the bar. And you're a Japanese man, you're an incel, you're working 50 hours a week, you're continually stressed. You're building up you've maybe got a property, you've got money coming in, you've got savings, you've got the ability to be able to live a normal life if you could just attract a woman, but you can't. And gradually, I think as time goes on, and this kind of the tyranny of the elite males, completely destroys the opportunities for the average man to be able to secure a normal life. I think a lot of guys are going to drop out, and who can blame them? I mean, if there's nothing to work for, why work?
Yeah.
Well, the issue is what you really have to sacrifice to get these men to work is the actual women.
Yeah,
but it's feminism, so you can't do that. So it's a paradox. Like,
it definitely seems like society would have a huge adverse reaction because, like, if women have to suffer for anything, society immediately has a natural. It's like almost like a Pavlovian response to like, oh my god, like women are suffering. I have to do something about to stop that. But it's like, in order to get things back in whack, though, you have to take away. You have to start taking away things. It's just saying, like, if men aren't allowed to behave in certain ways, why are women allowed to behave in certain ways unabated without any consequence for the actions?
If not being supported for it.
Yeah, if not being supported sometimes. Yeah, I mean, literally being paid to be what is effectively a whore. Like, it is what it is. Like, that's what it's basically what I'm gonna call it. But yeah, like, what do you want? Like, if you want to have a better society, you can't just have people doing whatever they want. You have to have people doing like kind of what society needs them to do. And I feel like women have like totally forsaken their biological imperative to have kids, and they're thinking, okay, well, I want to have my freedom and do this and have that, have a career and be a career woman and do stuff like that. Okay, but like, what does any of that mean without a family or kids or anything like that to leave it to? Like, nobody gives a fuck if you were the if you fixed Dr. Sheckelstein's fucking TPS reports for the 50th week. No one's gonna give a fuck about that. Like, at the end of the day, all you really have left is fucking at the end of the day is your legacy of kids and a house you maybe paid off and a family. Like,
yeah, it's totally true, Mystery Skull. So I went to my grandmother's funeral and there was nearly 100 of us, of her direct descendants.
Uh-huh.
And she never had any qualifications. She lived in social housing her whole life, but she left a dynasty. And you've got other situations like, the classic career woman now, in all industrialized nations, not just the West. You're looking at Arab countries too now, and the Far East. And let's be honest, none of us are impressed. If you've got a female that's got a PhD and she's got a good career and she's been to all these different countries, that could all be cancelled out by a young woman who wants to build a family who's got a nice smile, right?
Yep, easily. Yeah, between the two, the woman who has more education would be harder to deal with in general because she views herself as already being above you anyway. It's like, oh yeah, well I have a PhD and I have this and I have a high-paying job and I'm a high-status woman. It's like, okay, well, but I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Can you cook? Can you clean? Are you pleasant to be around? Are you hot and attractive? Are you young? Can you provide me kids? Yada yada yada. Like, this is what men really care about. But like women either know what men want and don't care, or either don't know what men want and completely are oblivious to it. It doesn't matter, I guess. Yeah.
They're not like, at one point I said men don't have anything to barter with women, and I think the counterpoint to that, well, the other side of that is women don't have anything they're willing to barter that we actually want. Like,
speaking of which, I love that. I'm gonna go ahead and cut you off. I love that I'm a PhD line from fucking Kevin Samuel. I love when he played that little one. This is fucking funny. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jack Nickelback.
that was it.
Oh yeah. It's like Face might be starting soon, but he's probably late again. So I'm gonna keep streaming. Fuck it.
Do you like Kevin Samuels? I've been exposed to him recently. Some of the things he says.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. I love Kevin Samuels. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, some of the things, some of the things that he says. I listened to him the other day, and he does make a good point to guys. And this. One of the things he says is so correct. It's so correct, and it's something I wish I learned during my degenerate 20s. When I was 18 years old, I was totally convinced. I was going to be the first Scottish British heavyweight champion. Yeah, I had no doubt about it at all. I had it written down. I had it written down on pieces of paper. I had visualization that I was going to be this champion within the next few years. And if I'd have spoken to someone like Kevin Samuels at that age, he'd have said to me, "A boxer. What the hell? What is the chances of you making it as a boxer? Get yourself a qualification that actually has some sort of meaning in the real world, where you can actually do a job that has practical applications." And one thing that Kevin Samuel says to American men is that a lot of the media narrative teaches you that to be successful you've got to be a ball. I know in America it's about basketball. We haven't got that in Britain. Football, baseball, or UFC star, a musician, and 99.99999% of the people who attempt to take this path end up as abysmal failures because you need a lot on the side.
Hold up, Jack Tisson. There's a song you need to listen to. It's called "Hood Mentality" by Ice Cube, and it sums it up. Because when I went to school in the area that I lived in, every dude aspired to be like the next Michael Jordan, or be the next rapper, or be the next football player. And 99% of them dudes, and most of them dudes are either homeless or begging for cigarettes outside CVS and Rite Aid. Because society tells them, hey, the only way to be successful, if you're ethnic, is to go sports or be entertainment, and that's a very small margin for people to get into. You know what I'm saying?
Well, totally. Yeah. I mean, to be able to succeed in sports, you need. One of the things that was put on Incel TV, one of his programs, was about the self-improvement industry. And the photo at the beginning of it was a picture of Usain Bolt, and he says you can do anything you want if you believe in it. Usain Bolt's got genetics that are only found in perhaps one person on the planet during that particular time in history. And he's telling people you just got to put your mind to it. Generally speaking, what Kevin Samuels says is correct. Find out how smart you are. Find out what type of person you are. Find out what the potentials are for where you're starting, and then get yourself a legitimate career with like a real solid career. That what he says is correct.
Yeah, very true. I think a lot of people need to hear that realistic message actually, instead of getting this pie in the sky idea. It's extremely like it's like a mind cancer. That's like, oh yeah, everybody's a special snowflake that can do anything, and like if you put your mind to anything, you work hard enough, you'll make it happen. And it's like that's never how life is. Most people that start off at the top are born into that type of wealth. You have to be you have to be almost like exceptionally genetically gifted to make it into like these sports leagues. And it's like this idea that you're just gonna like work your way to the top. It's like, I'm not saying hard work doesn't matter, but like you have to be realistic in what you approach and how you approach life.
That's basically the red pill for sport.
Mystery school. It's like a fight. Like imagine if a 5'2" guy said, "When I grew up, a 5'2", 22-year-old said, if I keep trying, I'm gonna make it to the NBA." What would you tell him?
Well, yeah, the answer's obvious. There, it's obviously not gonna make it. It's like, well, why would you bother? Like, you need to be more realistic in your goals and what you actually can achieve.
No.
Yeah, or for God. Sorry.
Black Ron, he could absolutely make it as a water boy. That's about it.
Yeah.
Or imagine if a kid, right, had cerebral palsy, right? He says, when I grow up, I want to be the first disabled skateboarder in the X Games. Even though I have cerebral palsy and my legs don't work, I want to be the first disabled pro. What would you tell him?
Do you know what?
We all know the answer. The answer's pretty obvious there, but yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
A sick liberal person would actually turn around to that disabled child and tell them that they can. Yeah. And they would let that poor child go and believe in this delusion and then go into adult life with a plan that's not going to work. There's actually a guy on YouTube who's got he's got a channel called a 3D Alpha. Have any of you people heard of this?
3D Alpha? No, never heard of him.
He's an African American guy, and I call him the Black Charles Darwin. He's a genius. He's the only person on YouTube who I believe is actually a legitimate genius. This guy is a genius, and he does videos on sports science and genetics and how they all work. And he breaks it down to you, the genetics when it comes to sports. Like little things like how blood pressure. I mean, did you know that there's like blood pressure affects performance? And that's something you're born with. And obviously, if we've got a narrative today. On one hand, it's telling you that your personality is what counts. If us five guys, if we perfect our personality, then we can all secure decent women. It's just that we're bad people. Apparently, we're bad people. And the other thing they tell these people is that if you just try enough, it's down to you. It's down to you that you're not in the NBA. And it's utter nonsense. And this, when you take the black pill like we have, we realise it isn't our fault.
Yeah,
it's not our fault. Certain thing, all the black pill is right is where the internal and external meet. You know what I'm saying? 50% genetics, 50% putting in the work. You know what I'm saying by that?
It's not even 50-50, dude. Like certain things like IQ are like 80% determined by genetics. Like people don't want to accept that, but it's true. Like this idea that like you're just gonna like walk your way through life and like fucking just like I'm gonna boss my way through life and be a hard worker. It's like, I don't know, dog. Like good fucking luck. Like so many things are like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of stuff was just like genetically determined. And this idea of like hard work, even hard work could possibly be genetically determined. This idea that you can work hard, like your ability to work harder than somebody else, you can be taught that skill for sure. But like definitely you have to have a firm foundation of like either has to be innate or learned. It can't be something you just like just happens, like.
Mr. School, can I tell you a story about when self-improvement goes wrong?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what happened was I was in this group therapy thing for kids who are Asperger's, have Asperger's syndrome. It was for at-risk youth, and every Friday evening we'd have like a at like the YMC we'd have like a group like hangout area. We get to play games, hang out, and one day the counselor took us to the Braintree Mall. Mr. Dox myself, to the mall.
All right.
And one of the guys there tried to ask out a girl, and both of them looked at each other, laughed at him, and then pulled out their phones and recorded him. After his therapist gassed him but told him anything is possible with about personality, and he made an ass of himself.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you get fucking lied to. At the end of the day, if you walk off with bad information, it's kind of like walking into a battlefield and like you get horrible information, intel from your scouts. Like it's bad information all around. You walk to the battlefield, you get fucking slaughtered. That's exactly what happened. or what happens.
Yeah,
Rather,
kid,
to a lot of
the
men.
dude was 5 foot. The dude was 5'6", 5'7", and he's a ginger hate, and he wore glasses, and he went up to these. This was a couple like 2018. These 3 Zoomer girls, like short shorts, Air Forces, crop tops, long fake nails, and he asks, "Hey, can I get your number? You want to hang out?" And they laughed at him and they recorded him to make fun of him. So, and I watched it happen. So when you see the black pill in third person, it's pretty fucked up. It's worse when you experience it firsthand.
Yeah. What's up, Last? Let me get you in here real quick. What's going on, Last?
What up? Just got home.
All right.
What's up, Last? Sorry about you listening to me ramble, but yeah.
No, it's okay. So
I wonder what that kid's doing now. Probably killed himself.
I don't know.
Dark.
So I actually have something
probable.
that might be relevant to this.
No, go ahead.
So, as an adult, I'm 5'5", so you can imagine how short I was in middle school. I had it in my head that I was somehow going to be like a major basketball player at middle school, and I would like practice as hard as I could, and I just could not do it. Meanwhile, there's this kid that I had known from elementary school named Alan. He was probably already 5'9" by 5th grade, and this guy was a basketball wizard. And like the gap between me and him was like I couldn't see it then, but I was like being told by my teachers, like if I tried hard enough that I could accomplish anything, but no, there are limitations to what you can accomplish in this life.
Yeah, I have another example. One of my friends who I skateboard with, he's kind of big as hell. We call him Meatball because he's kind of chunky, and me and him both started skateboarding at the same time. But I know like 6, 5, 6, 7 tricks. He knows like how to ollie, and that's it.
I couldn't even
Again,
skateboard, man.
Genetics, because his weight is holding him back.
Like even the JBW whiteness couldn't help me, man. I cannot skate at all.
Yeah, I mean, we have a huge hard on in this country for like self-determination and stuff like that. I talked about this yesterday, but like this concept of like self-determination, it's like you can do anything if you put your mind to it. And it's such like it's a very inspiring message, and I understand why it exists. I completely understand why it exists. If you tell people you can't do anything, all of a sudden, people will never strive and go above and beyond. But like to some extent, though, for the average person, though, being this like pie in the sky about the world is extremely fucking like cancerous. Like it leads so many men astray, or so many people astray, that like you're better off just telling them the truth and saying, hey man, maybe you just need to become just become a fucking a store clerk, dude, because you're never going to become a fucking electrical engineer or some shit. Like if your IQ fucking 2, you're not going to make it.
But mystery school. Sorry. When I told like the kid in my group therapy thing, I told him, hey bro, you're like, I was trying to black pill him, but this was before I knew about the black pill. I told him, bro, I don't think that's a good idea. And he says, didn't remember when the counselor talked about negative energy? I don't want negative energy around me. And he says, oh, you're too negative. And I watched him put down his GameStop bags and walk up to those girls and I get absolutely annihilated.
They are making school shooters. What the fuck?
Exactly.
And it goes like, I don't know. Like I find this whole thing kind of like I'll use the T word, like toxicity. I don't like using that word because of the
connotation, I guess.
The SJW. But yeah, like we live in a toxic culture that tries to push like you need to strive for greatness. You need to quote unquote succeed. And a lot of people, that's just not like mathematically possible. And yet they get like this frustration and stress builds up in them that it's like, no, what we're doing to society as a whole is just unhealthy.
Yeah, we're gassing people up, and then the moment like they explode, it's like you have a rocket and you're gassing it up, like you're putting too much gas in the tank, and when it fucking explodes in the fucking tarmac, you went, oh, what the fuck happened? Why did this happen? Like, well, why did he go off and go crazy? Like, what do you mean? You gassed them up full of bullshit.
But you failed because you didn't try hard enough.
Yeah. Last. My counselor actually told him that in the van ride back home, you weren't trying hard enough.
Yeah.
There you
What?
go, man. There you go.
One thing people don't take into account is the people around who see that whole going up and going down process. Oh, they gas themselves up and then fail, and especially
Yeah.
children who see that, they give up.
Yeah,
You have
last. Well,
you have
sorry.
people laying flat in China and all that. They're the sons of people who did all that work and really might not have gotten shit. Or even if they did succeed, what they had to sacrifice to get success.
Last, what I was gonna say, a lot of therapists are very blue pilled. A lot of these mental health clinicians are very blue pilled. Spurging out. It's institutionalized blue pill. You know what I'm
It
saying?
really is, because the few times that I've been, I guess the word would be, what's the word? I'm losing it.
Say it again.
Committed. Sorry, I just got off work, so I'm a little scatterbrained.
Yeah.
I've been committed to a psych ward a couple of times, actually a few times, and like this, like yeah, the same techniques and the same like tactics that, well, yeah, it is very blue pilling. They gaslight you and try to manipulate you. That's all like psychotherapy really is like just mild brainwashing.
Yeah, it's gaslighting effectively. They're basically telling you, no, don't believe your lying eyes. You need to change your. That's basically the whole role of
As
therapy.
if it's telling you that
change your thought processes. Yeah,
it's telling you that the reality that you perceive isn't real, but the reality that we are trying to push upon you is real.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's basically the idea is to like take your mindset and try to flip it into something positive to make you change your thought process. Like I've been to therapy before myself, and it's like, okay, like no, like yeah, I'll be real quick to tell my therapist like, no, doesn't seem accurate enough. You don't want to like change your theory here real quick, but yeah.
Dude, the last time I was in there, man, they actually tried to like coping strategies was a big one. And little did I know how much that word would come to plague me years later.
Oh God! It's like coping strategies are actually probably one of the few legitimate things they probably give you that's halfway decent to go off of, like how to cope with a certain situation. But yeah, it's true though. You have to cope with what you have. But you definitely shouldn't. How therapists should operate is like tell people the truth. This is what's really going on in your life. I'm not going to reject your reality and gaslight you, but like. Here's some coping mechanisms in which you can use to make your life a little bit more better, to make your journey through life a little fucking less fucking shit.
And even then, I was able to see, okay, coping isn't solving the problem.
Yeah, it doesn't solve the problem. Cope is quite literally means like you're just kind of like, it's like putting a Band-Aid on every fucking day. Like, okay, well, my problem's over here. It's like a big gaping wound, and I put a Band-Aid on every day.
Passively aggressively accepting
Last, back to you talking about being in a psych ward. When I found out the other day, the Columbine shooters were actually were admitted to anger management classes.
Anger management?
Yeah, both Eric Harrison dealing with people because they got arrested back in '98 for breaking into a van. And instead of saying, hey, these two kids are angry and fucked up because of the school system and the bullying, no, it's their fault. We got to put them in anger management classes, which is going to make them more angry.
Yeah, it's like the whole like mental health facilities in America is just absolute garbage because they have this. No, go ahead.
I mean, especially if they can't even understand and empathize enough with the problems to actually communicate with you enough to solve it. Like,
yeah,
you can't talk about insulting with some random woman who like doesn't even understand the basics of your situation.
Hold up, last. Were you put there voluntarily or involuntarily?
All 3 times involuntarily.
I was
actually put into a cop car and then drove there.
God damn.
I was put. Yeah, they actually took me from. I got arrested from school, took me to the jail, and then they let me out of those jail like holding cell thingies, and then put me into the psych ward. They actually called the ambulance to the psych ward from the hospital. They called the ambulance from the
That's what they did with me. They took me to the hospital first, and did all their
hospital first. They didn't put your ass in jail. You didn't go to a holding cell. Man, white privilege.
No,
fuck.
No, it was, because it wasn't like I was like being violent or anything. I was actually like on the verge of just killing myself.
Fuck, you're lucky, dude. God dang, bro.
White privilege.
Fuck, dude. They fingerprinted my ass. They fucking they took my pictures.
That with me, though. They did fingerprint me
Fuck.
though.
Dude, I got locked, dude. Oh my god, bro. And then they give you them nasty ass ham and cheese sandwiches with like the cheese glued onto the friggin' ham and
Yeah, I got
Oh,
McDonald's.
McDonald's? Oh fuck you, dude.
White privilege, man.
That's some bullshit right there. Like, I don't even get McDonald's. I'm on the outside. What the fuck? Yeah.
also,
I'm sorry, man.
Thank God
Yeah.
my booty's but the only good thing is my booty is still intact. It's still exit only. Thank God, because I was in there with some big dudes.
Jack Chestnut, like the American healthcare system is utter garbage.
Like I said, it's just adult babysitting.
Like,
Facts.
I mean, like if you want, like, I don't know, because I've read Artie Lang like years and years ago, and he pretty much lays it out. Like, yeah, psychiatry is like a pseudoscience. It's basically making up things as it goes, and it is a way of like mentally conditioning the patients.
Yo, last when you got arrested, right? Did they fucking slam your have you put your head and your chest on the hood of the car and then handcuff
Here's the
you?
thing.
Or did just like
I wasn't handcuffed. I wasn't even arrested.
white privilege? Fuck.
All right, you from America, right? You in the north or the south or like this general area, like
Who, me?
yeah, it's like
I'm in Kentucky, man.
So what?
God.
I'm in Kentucky.
I don't. You're a kid. I'm up north. I'm in the Bay State. What the fuck? I almost got my ass Rodney King. The fuck? Like, what the fuck?
LA Riots Part 2, man.
Shit, even I'm amazed. I've never been institutionalized for shit.
Yeah,
Last is lucky. They took him from where he was at to the psych ward. I had to go from the school to jail, then the psych ward. What the fuck? And my mom wasn't picking up and everything.
Was that after he beat that kid up?
Yeah, the police
Rightfully
came in.
so. That could have been why.
Yeah, that was probably.
As for me, I was just having a mental breakdown and just rated off myself.
Dang, bro. Them handcuffs hurt though. Them handcuffs hurt. I'm not gonna lie. That was.
Yeah, because they squeeze them on.
The worst ever is when they. Yeah, worst ever is when they take your cell phone, take your shoelaces, and take your belt. And you gotta walk on like pull them shits up all the time. It's so annoying.
Where at the hospital or at the jail?
No, yeah, that's the worst ever, bro. When you first go in, they take your belt and your shoelaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they take your jewelry and shit. And it's so annoying, dude. It's fucking.
I'm a poor so I don't have jewelry.
Yeah, actually, I actually had $40 in my wallet, and when I finally got my shit back, it was gone. So that bitch ass cop.
Man. That $40 got passed around the police station.
I fucking hate that cop. It was a Floyd cop too.
Oh, that makes it even worse, man.
Yeah, that's worse.
Rest in peace, Black Roman's $40.
I hate. Oh my god.
Well, the positive thing is that part of the $40 always went to taxes to fund single mothers, so you saved the family.
Yeah, you supported Chad Rome's child.
I'm shocked the way like the last treatment. I'm like, damn, what? They didn't grab you up and shit. God damn.
No, actually, they walked me to the car.
What?
I'm not lying, man.
That's some white privilege shit right there, bro. They slam my fucking head and chest on the hood of the car and shit. They handcuffed me and shit. I didn't almost hit my head on the fucking roof of the car and shit. And put my ass on. What the fuck, dude? What?
It's a circus show out here in America, Jack.
It really is, dude. Yeah. What people said about when you get institutionalized, it's happened to me about 5 or 6 times during my adult life. I've been put in a mental hospital. Is that when you come into contact with mental health professionals, there's still people who are part of the sort of normie culture, and they're still going to have the same instinctive reactions to you if you're a sub-5 male as anybody else in the society. And I think if you come into contact with mental health professionals and you're a sub-5 male, the health professionals have still got the same. You're still going to invoke in them the same feelings of hostility, and they may subconsciously not even want to help you. You know, they might subconsciously think of just that they can just give you enough meaningless advice so they can get rid of you, and they can go on to help people that they believe actually are part of what you could classify as the eugenic in-group. You know, I found that when it comes to helping yourself mentally, the only thing that worked for me was CBT, which is the Albert Ellis's method of cognitive behavioral therapy, because you can read this and apply it yourself, and it's quite an effective way of dealing with alcoholism, which I had, schizophrenia, which I've got, anything like that, you know.
Last.
What up?
Yo, so also like when I was in court and shit, like, yo, my lawyer was kind of hot. I'm not gonna lie, bro. She was Jewish, but she was bad, bro. She had this fattest pair of titties. Oh god. Like,
dude, you said the J word, man. That makes me react.
Sorry, dude. I remember I was in there like I remember waking up mad early.
My dream for a Jewish woman, man. Oh, god.
I remember waking up mad early and shit, and going out to the courthouse and seeing her and shit. Like me and her didn't have a game plan what to say when I get into the courtroom and shit. Dude, she was a baddie, bro. Like she was Jesus Christ.
Low key, you had the lambs thing. Like fucked up thing is if you were taller, it might have worked. That's the fuck. Like, for real.
But yeah, what Jack was saying, like, because it all goes back to like their idea of what like mental health and like psychoanalysis is like it starts from a premise of like what is the mind. Like the mind isn't a thing, it's just the brain, and the brain reacts to stimuli in its environment, and after a certain amount of time, like it builds up certain like reactions and defense mechanisms to survive.
Neural pathways, I believe is the word. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they start from a flawed and pseudoscientific premise of like, I mean, it's even in the name, like psychotherapy and like psycho, which is in Greek for mind. It's just a backwards way of treating like mental illness.
Yeah. Last, I'm not gonna be mean to you, but I feel like if you didn't discover the black pill and you stayed at red pill cobra, you'll end up with that clown Alpha M on YouTube, who's like 5'6", talking about height doesn't matter and girls love fun sized men and I think positive. You'll end up like him, that clown.
Wait, who said that?
Alpha M.
Alpha M.
He's this like red pill male positivity YouTuber. He's so cringe.
Yes, well, I mean, even back when I was quote unquote blue pill, I still had like a reaction against like positivity.
Yeah.
I was always more like positively, like even back then I knew like positivity was it's kind of like brainwashing people.
Yeah.
I don't know, like who knows the path I could have taken.
Yeah. I feel like no cap. I feel like if I didn't like pop off at my school, I probably would have stayed a virgin. It's fucked up to say, but it's true.
You see, it's incredible.
Me going to the psych ward was the best thing to
Now I regret I was in control my whole life, though. Right? I'm serious. Like learning about lambs and the psych ward. It's like all this shit I thought was part of being a decent human being. Like, I was fighting to keep my virginity this whole time. Goddamn.
Like, I'm shocked, dude. I like me like popping off having an outburst at school. Like that led to me ascending. Ironically, that led to me. if I stayed in control of that situation, I'd still be a virgin. Like,
And the messed
Yeah.
up thing is, I am envious of that.
Bro, Black Runner, there's a term for this shit. It's called failing up. Like that's exactly.
Pre-2010, mental hospitals were some of the best places to ascend.
Oh my god! I could have did it in the 6th grade. Now I'm dumb. I feel. Oh my god.
I mean, the
Yeah.
first time I was committed was when I was 12.
Man, fuck all y'all. I could have had a crazy bitch harem by now if I had just known. This is why we need the black pill to know things like this. God damn.
Giant go back, and the thing is, right? They give the best sex, bro. They literally will jump on you, like that scene in that Batman movie when Harley Quinn.
Yeah, we don't need to
Harley
hear
Quinn
this shit,
jumped.
dude.
Sorry,
Bro,
jumped on
this
Deadshot.
physically hurts,
Sorry.
man. This physically hurts my soul right now. Like, I'm not even gonna be in the mental condition to go to face now. I thought I was a Vol cell. Like now, like I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
Oh man.
Oh god.
It's something about something about mentally ill women. You know, when they get institutionalized, that brutal hypergamy starts to lessen, and they start to look at guys in a less selective way. So that's what it's just due to the fact their brain isn't working correctly. You know.
I can I like half and half on that one.
Well, you know, I'm definitely a sub 5. I got the rating the other day, and you know, I'm rated 3 out of 10. So I'm a definite sub 5, and I actually got a couple of successes when I was institutionalized in these mental homes. So there must be something to it. If a sub 5 male of my nature can manage to get some successes, there must be something to the belief that women who are institutionalized may have less hypergamy.
Well, you know, as Jada Cree, you know, went over in that video, like women are doped up on antidepressants and birth control pills, and it messes up their brain chemistry.
Okay, so does that strategy still work, or like what? Because did the train leave for me?
Speaking of like chemical doping, I did finish that book, by the way.
Which one?
It's called Countdown. It's about the very possible future of infertility and the I don't know, but like the whole by 2045, like the human race will basically be sterile.
Yeah. All the shit in the water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plastic stuff everywhere, pollution.
Yeah, there's one part where she basically all but says like the same chemicals that's turning the frogs gay is also like causing this uptick in this whole like transism nonsense. But because
humans gay.
But because you know, you can definitely tell she's a boomer female. Like she says, but we still need to be inclusive and all that nonsense.
I mean, yeah, they include that. So
there's one part in it where I saw on the page, and I'm like, is she actually going to talk about it? She started talking about like the hikikomori problem in Japan, but instead of like, she says, well, it could be caused by all the soy that has like that's loaded with estrogen that lowers like their testosterone and aggressiveness and like their drive for like sexual companionship. It's like, yeah, but she never like thought that, oh wait, it could be because all these Asian women are just fucking horrible.
Yeah. I mean, society would rather blame every other problem on the face of the planet before they actually blame women. That's the way I've always viewed these issues.
Yeah, and there's a part in it that's just like straight up propaganda when she says like, oh well, you know, birth rates are actually, you know, male birth rates are actually going down and female birth rates are actually going up. When no, like I just looked at, like I even had to stop reading and like double check that, because no, it's actually the reverse. Like no, that's a straight up, like there's something that tells me that was a straight up lie, because if that were the case, then I hate to say it, there wouldn't be an issue then, because you don't need a large surplus of men to repopulate the planet, but you do need a large surplus of women to simply on how our biology works. And if people realize, oh wait, there's all these men around, more men than there are women, like she doesn't talk about the incel issue at all, which I thought was whatever. I knew she wouldn't.
She's a woman, bro. It's a woman. What do you expect? They'll never ever talk about the incel problem directly. They will not.
Yeah,
That will never happen.
exactly.
Other men in mainstream society, they don't even talk about this shit. The day Anderson Cooper, the day Don Lemon, the day what's that nigga's name? Jesse Lee Peterson, both the far right and the left talk about the incel problem, is a day like they'll never gonna talk about that.
It'll be the day like there's actual incel terrorists just appearing on TV like Team Rocket and shit. It had to be that extreme.
It is a genie that is ready to come out of the bottle, though. Like
the fact is,
anyway, I saw that and I'm like, man, this is straight up propaganda. But the rest of the book is actually pretty good. Like she goes over like how like it's not only chemicals that we eat, but how the chemicals just like end up in our drinking water. It's like a whole cycle back and forth, and it's like, yeah, she goes over like solutions, but I really don't see how viable those solutions really are.
All right, hey, what she have as solutions? Just for a laugh.
Hold on, let me go double check.
Yo, I have a question to ask you guys. Do you think if a guy was to Fleshlight Max or Doll Max, would you consider that like a gateway drug to homosexuality or necrophilia? Because a couple of the clowns over at Incelematics, I'm in a Discord chat with some of them, they actually believe that doll maxing and Fleshlight maxing is not good for incel men, which I disagree with.
Okay, so she has a standard like reducing carbon footprints. Let me see.
I'm watching Face right now on my PS4. Watching Face while talking to you guys.
I mean, that's really all there is to it. That's actually the shortest part in the book.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I missed it. Like what?
Exactly. Yeah, it's basically
your carbon footprint.
Yeah, it's basically the same like EPA like guidelines and all that, which aren't solutions.
Basically, she has the solution. Yeah, there is a solution to this problem. Like,
there isn't.
Society's not going to immediately stop this.
Basically, reform.
Yeah,
basically bourgeois reform instead of like revolutionary change. Yeah.
Okay, vegan leather. Got it.
Yeah.
It's an okay book.
Last, back to the therapy thing. Did you ever try talking to a female therapist about your problems, and they just hit you with the same? Huh?
I had a female, like I'll say names. I don't care. Her name was actually, what was her name? Kara. Damn, man, she was a hot blonde, man. I'm just gonna say it. And she gave me the same rigmarole. It's your personality. Like I guess straight up, like I was 24, man. I was still blue pill. Shut up. I even asked her straight, like, am I ugly? And she said, no, you're not ugly. One, yeah, that's a way of saying, she's telling me I'm ugly.
No, when she said that, oh, you're not ugly, what I'd have done, right? I'd have whipped my shit out and had my shit on the table and say, "Bon appetit."
Oh, okay. I'm not ugly, so I'm fucking ugly. Okay. All right. See you, Jack Tisson.
I know even left shit.
No, he posted in the private.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but my therapist would tell me that that lambs is not real. Women don't like thugs. I just have to find a nerdy black girl who's just like me. I need to get off those toxic forums. I need to meditate. I need to do yoga. She would tell me shit like
meditate
that.
and just yoga max.
Fuck.
And Della Papanda, I posted in the goddamn chat and posted a link that Face was live like an hour ago. What you talking about?
Yeah, he's been live for a while now. I actually thought about cutting the stream
Yeah.
pretty short today, but pretty soon. But yeah.
Yeah, my therapist actually told me that that women can be just as lonely as men.
Well, yeah, if Chad rejects them. So
because I was talking about the black pill without the black pill and name around her, and I talked about how like people only care about looks in society and social status, like your personality doesn't mean anything. And then she said that's not true. People look for what's in the inside. It's all about what's in here. And she actually put her finger on my chest. It's all about what's in here.
What is this? Some Saturday afternoon.
That's what it sounds like. It's like they learned their fucking.
It's not what's out here. It's what's in here.
Yeah, where'd you get your fucking degree from? A fucking 1990 fucking 2 shonen anime or some shit? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Just believe it, bro.
Fucking
yeah,
if
you believe it, you can do anything. I think, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like the power of friendship.
Yeah, that bitch is about fucking Taya off of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just believing the heart of the cards.
Yeah, that
shit.
type of bullshit. Fuck out of here with that crap, dude. No one believes that shit. It's all about what's in here, boyo. It's like, okay.
Dude, even the janitor. Let me finish. The door was actually open during the session. Even the janitor was laughing. Like, even the Mexican janitor was even laughing. I'm like, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? Like, even he knew it was bullshit.
A 5'2" balding Mexican janitor. So.
No, he was a pretty big dude. He was pretty stocky. Like he was kind of like looked like Max, even though it was bullshit. And then I asked her if height doesn't matter. How tall is your husband?
Bro.
Oh, he's 6. When she said he's 6'6", I'm like, okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. That's all you need to do, man.
Bro, she married Black Pill J, and they got the nerve to talk. All right.
Fucking BPJ came on, and we were talking about fucking dating apps earlier. Like, yeah, it's fucking brutal for us.
Yeah, and then she said, ever try talking to women? Because she said, you're getting your information from a bunch of weird men on the internet. You shouldn't hang around those weird men. Try to talk to actual women IRL. I'm like,
yeah,
no.
But those same weird men are men that you have more in common with than with the average boy.
Yeah, like you're a weird man too. Like shit.
Like, and so try and tell me that I'm not like those other incels on the forums, or you're not like them. I'm like, what do you mean?
You're one of the good ones.
You're one of the good ones.
Basically.
Like, oh my dude, it was so hard talking to her, dude. She legit said, "Oh, well, don't talk to those men. They're weird. They're bad influence." I'm like, how? They're just like me. Oh, you're not like them.
No, let's think about this. So she's denigrating an entire demographic of men that she doesn't know, that she's just making assumptions on, and yet we're the unhealthy ones. We're the ones with the negative outlook.
To be fair, she's saying, okay, I hear the message they're saying, and for her, the message is automatically bad. Therefore, the people saying the message are therefore automatically bad since they're saying it. So, by extension.
Yeah, basically, they have a the Pavlovian response to hearing anything about negative about women. Yeah.
She told me that I'm not ugly. She said I'm acceptable. I'm acceptable. My height is quote unquote acceptable.
Acceptable.
Whoa.
Acceptable.
Wow, what the fuck?
Basically, I'm not ugly enough to get automatically hated on, but I'm just ugly enough to get ignored. I'm treated like a ghost. That's pretty much what it meant. And then she told me how it's all in my head, how looks don't really matter. I see weird men, weird nerdy guys like you with girls all the time.
Dude, I never I had somebody message me a couple of days ago with that. I never see this. If that please point me in the direction of these ugly men getting with these average to above average Marys and Beckys.
And he has to make under $100,000.
What I see in my average day-to-day life is the exact opposite. It's usually average to above average men with usually fat women.
Yeah, me too. I rarely ever see the flip side of that, where it's basically oofy doofy theory. I'd never seen it out in public.
Yeah.
I never seen a Stacy dating
the schlubby hubby theory.
schlubby hubby theory.
Yeah,
Never
and then
seen
she
it
told me.
before.
Then I actually told her that I tried to gym max when she said, "Oh, gym maxing is a sign of you're being insecure by your masculinity." So I should stay a twig. It's just so dumb arguing with these chicks. And a lot of these therapists have left-leaning backgrounds. All of them are left-leaning, not like left-leaning, but like liberal-leaning, like purple hair, nose ring, that type of shit.
I think it's come to a point where like this whole left-right like dichotomy needs to just go away because people just are whatever they are anymore.
Yeah,
like,
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't
cramming
really
too
matter.
much into two standard definitions. It never worked.
Yeah.
People are so like on one side or the other to such an extreme now that like left and right doesn't even matter anymore. So I don't know.
And
But
plus,
Black
Black.
I was gonna.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, and there's another time where me and her went to go get coffee one time. We were just talking and shit, and then she asked me about how I was doing and stuff like that, and I told her how like, I hate my life and this, that, and the other. And then she said, "Oh, there's always people out there that are worse than you and stuff like that." And just because it says that she said that that me not being able to make friends or get a girlfriend and stuff is how it's my fault, and how women can sense toxic behavior and they can sense a toxic mindset and stuff like that. And then I told her, if women can sense toxic behavior and toxic mindset, how come they get with these guys who beat and abuse women? And it says no good woman would want to get with a guy like that.
If only there were such a thing as a good look. Fuck, the thing is, I bet you if you wanted to transition, she'd be supporting your ass. So
facts,
dude. Black Ronina. Anyway.
Yeah,
something else I wanted to go over because I just remember like the book also covers like the question I asked last week. Yeah, it pretty much answered that. Yeah, this is actually happening in all other species too. Like declining like infertility, like rising infertility is actually increasing in other species too.
Shit.
So it's not just global. It's not just humans. It's like our planet is literally being poisoned.
And the poison is feminism.
No, the poison is
plastic and chemicals and pesticides and all sorts of other things.
It's gone from
she describes some things that's actually pretty horrific.
It's gone from soy singularity to soy universe now. Like,
yeah.
We're gonna turn out the fucking sun is running out of testosterone in a billion years or something. I don't know, man.
Can't function, dog.
Yeah,
the soy singularity, the soy Big Bang.
Yeah, another thing about having a leftist therapist, they'll force you whenever you're ranting. Whenever you rant about women being pieces of shit, they'll ask you to say 5 positive things about women, like some bullshit like that.
Like, what is that supposed to solve? What is that supposed to do? Oh man.
And they'll say close your eyes.
I don't know if it's the fatigue or what you're telling me, but I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, or they'll say stuff like close your eyes, breathe in, breathe out, and think positive thoughts, clear your mind, stare at this glass of water on the table.
Let me sprinkle some pixie dust on you, think positive thoughts, and you can fly.
Yeah. Anything is possible. You're a prisoner of your own negative mindset. Stop blaming others for your problems. Take responsibility. Usual bullshit.
These sound like horrible therapists. Like they have no clue how to actually like tell people advice about what to do with their life. Like these people have zero clue what they're talking about. Like I don't understand how you can be a therapist and give out such generic fucking dumb fuck advice. Like any idiot can figure out. Oh, let me just change my condition of my brain. It's like what the fuck's wrong with you? Like
it's like all they have to offer are generic platitudes because they don't know how to actually help people.
Yeah,
they just can't relate to you.
I've actually heard that for men actually enjoy having a therapist that gives them actionable stuff to do, and that women actually enjoy that more, touchy-feely type of fucking therapy where it's like, oh, let's talk about our feelings, blah, blah, blah. Like, men actually want to be given a task to do that actually gives them something tangible in the real world to actually.
Women.
Yeah, and they don't have the problem. It's like basically psychology is very, very much a female field for sure. There's not a lot of things and like at the end of the day, what you have in the mental health system is a lot of female therapists, female counselors, and it's like finding a male counselor is like very, very rare anyway.
And he might be
He might be still anyway.
Yeah. Actually, the therapist I had before I had the girl one, the blonde girl, was a soy boy Indian guy. He was an Indian or Latino, but he was very soy, tight jeans, dress shoes, shirt. He had the haircut. He had his shirt was tucked in, the button-down shirt tucked in, the belt. He was very soy. He was extremely soy. He's actually married to a trans woman, believe it or not, especially on Facebook.
Oh my god.
Yeah, bro, I need to post 2 F's in the chat for this dude. God damn.
Like, they got married back in 2014, I think. But
I mean, you kind of
they were
together. He's married to a man. Let's be honest here.
With my male therapist, I remember talking to him, and like he wasn't even like he's obviously a wouldn't, I guess he would be a cuck, I guess. He's like married a single mother, and like, oh my god, like I'm like, well shit, who the fuck are you to tell me anything about the world, dude? Like,
you want to see really fucked up, dude? Better. Sorry, one of our Buddha Black Pill guys, WWE wrestler Randy Orton, his kids, some of his kids aren't even his.
Who?
Randy Orton,
the wrestler. Yeah. Even wrestlers got a single mom, Max. Even wrestlers got to go that route. Literal Chads. Like, God. Fuck.
Who is that? You see, I don't keep up with like pop culture and all that.
No, he wrestled in WWE. He was part of Evolution with like Triple H, Batista, and Ric Flair. His finisher was the RKO, like white dude, 6'4", tattoos, with the wrestling trunks.
Yeah, a whole bunch of memes on the internet, like him RKO on the fucking space shuttle and shit.
Yeah.
It really is.
He had to like go that route. That's insane, bro. God, fuck, dude.
I don't think he had to. He's just a fucking Chad simp.
He said she's Giga Chad, dude. He's literal Giga Chad. Like,
Jesus. Oh, Giga Chad simp. Look, simp is a mindset. It's not a body state.
Dude was 6'4" and ripped. That's the fucked up part. Like, wow. Because his kids are a little bit darker than him. His kids, like, god damn, dude.
I hope that was because of a tan.
Fuck, dude. Like, Jesus.
Just listen to Jordan Peterson, bro. Yeah, really.
Jordan Peterson's a cuck.
Some boomer advice.
Yeah, boomer advice doesn't work.
Clean your room, boyo. Wash your nutsack, boyo. It's like, yep. Yeah, I never thought about that.
I've been doing that. I've been told by people that I quote unquote smell nice, but I've been told I smell nice by girls, but I still get treated like shit by girls. So there's that.
You will clean nuts that will never be seen by anyone but you.
Yeah.
Wash your penis, boyo.
Yeah.
Right, at this point, washing your nuts is just if you're a flasher and want to be polite. But other than that,
yeah. Believe it or not, like I used to have a bad issue with hygiene. I remember when I would come home from the gym and go to sleep in the exact same clothes I wore to gym max, and it would just stick to my fucking body, just sweat. But I got better with that. I started to clean myself a lot more, taking a shower, better skincare, washing my face, and it did help to a certain degree. But it didn't help with attracting women. It helped for like me.
Be a lobster, bro. It works, I swear. Clean your room. So that's not to say that like the advice of like clean your room is bad per se. It's just so fucking like simple and stupid as fuck that like who the fuck hasn't tried that already?
It's not that these things are bad. They're just bad to frame as solutions to that kind of problem. That's the thing.
It's like, oh, take control of your life, Bucko. It's like, okay, Bucko. Well, how the fuck do I do that? like, that's not an answer. Just tell me to do it. Like,
it's like gym maxing. It's not that going to the gym is bad. It's just that when you frame it as, oh, that's all you have to do, when that's not actually true, and then it doesn't work, and people get disappointed. You're setting people up for like expectation failure. It's not that the action was failed. It's like trying to, I don't know, take out nails with a fucking toothpick. It's not that the tool was bad. It's that was an improper application of the fucking tool itself. Like
Yeah.
The expectation of like hearing when these red pill dating coaches say, "Oh, you have to gym max, go to the gym," but like the problem with saying stuff like that is that the expectation that these men have the expectation that if I go to the gym max, and 2 years later I'm fucking ripped, I'm a fucking 2% body fat fucking Adonis here, but my face is a fucking sub fucking 2, full of like a fucking trash can, and that the expectation is that I'm gonna get women based on my body, when the reality is that it's not gonna happen, dog.
Yeah, now you're getting hit up all the time on online dating profiles and shit. It just turns out they're from fucking Grinder now. Like it's
you get a grinder profile. I might as well make a grinder profile at that point, because like you'd be much better off.
Speaking of which, how's the menage? Damn it!
Let's see.
Yeah.
Drop 2 girls, 2 new girls. So fuck it.
Yeah.
Are you dead serious, man?
Yeah, dude.
Well, I would Mr. School.
You do not have a right to run this stream anymore.
I'm sorry,
Mr. School. No cap. I want to see like a debate between a red pillar, a blue pillar, and a black pillar. Just a 3-way. Like
what's
a 3-way.
happening right now when Faces stream? I'm not really listening to it, but I have it on.
A red pillar. And I want to know a blue pillar, a red pillar, and a black pillar. All 3 of them. I'll throw a MGTOW guy in there too. Just all 4 of them.
Dude, the black pillar would realize that the only winning move is not to even play in that.
Wasn't that the whole goal of MGTOW at first before it went to shit? Like, wasn't that the ideologically pure position at first, that you shouldn't engage with society and just let it die? Like, it was the original. Wasn't it the original lay down and rot in a sense?
Yeah, pretty much. But I feel like, no cap though, if you're a 27-year-old male in a 2021 dating market, you're not and you claim to be MGTOW, you're not MGTOW. You're a dollar-free incel. You're an incel under a different name. That's all that you are.
Yeah, I know Alexander Grace got, I guess I read some comments last night about him, but I still like the last video. But
yeah, you can't walk away from what does not want you. Like, it doesn't make sense. You're coping. Like,
Faces stream is generic PUA debate been done to death. Oh, okay.
Oh god, is it a Curry style doing it? The PUA debate?
I have it on. I'm not listening to it. I have it on, kind of on the side.
Yeah, I have it on my PS4. Yeah,
I'll probably watch it later, but yeah, it's got to be like talking with like a generic red pill or PUA guy is like, it's always going to be the exact same. And like you can almost anticipate their responses by how generic they fucking are. Oh, well, if you're ugly, just try doing X, Y, and Z. Okay, well, I tried X, Y, and Z. Oh, that didn't work with you. Did you try X, Y, and Z instead? Oh, no, I didn't do X, Y, and Z instead. And then it ends up with like, okay, we're going to agree to disagree. I'm going to walk away from this acting like I never heard anything you said, and then we're done.
I think as a general rule going forward, if they suggest anything that fucking Elliot Rodger has already tried, that should not be considered the law as a solution. Like, it's like, oh, just go to the gym. Elliot Rodger went to the gym. Oh, just get a card. Elliot Rodger was rich.
Yeah, Elliot Rodger, he got ripped. He got ripped to a certain degree. He was 5'6" and 120 pounds soaking wet, so that wasn't gonna really help him.
He said at Curry, so he knew slept with 150 women. All right, I believe when I see it, buddy.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, bro. I know a 5'2". I know yeah, you guys are wrong. You guys are all wrong. You're all a bunch of misogynists. I know a 5'2" balding Indian janitor with autism who has a harem of a Victoria's Secret model. It's all about personality and game.
That's to say there aren't Curry cell, not Curry cell, but rather like Curry Chad that like had the white cockability features that is very, very rare.
Yeah. One thing I don't like about how, like, in the Indian culture, they white worship like crazy, bro. Like, not even black men worship white bitches the way they do. Like, a white bitch can go over to India and they'll just like they want a group selfie with them. They will trample each other in the streets to get a picture with her. That shit is sad.
You gotta simp to the max. Simp to the max, like, over there.
Yo, Mr. School. I remember one time I was on the train waiting for the to go downtown to get some shoes, and this white girl dropped their phone onto the train tracks. This Curry Cell college student literally went onto the train tracks, and the train was coming. You could see the lights in the tunnel and shit. Picked up her phone and then jumped back off the platform.
Dude, that is like Darwinian natural selection.
That's simping. I'm like, suppose he slipped and fell.
No, that kind of behavior is like fucking disturbing. Like
So
when
he
you are
hold
about
on. So he sacrificed his life to give her back the phone so she can call Chad and get fucked. Like that is
Yep.
that is multi-dimensional cucking, dog. Like
Indian
goddamn.
men ultra instinct simp. Yep, it's like ingrained into their fucking psyche to like when
it was
it's
actually
it's like a flow chart. White woman approaches, you immediately simp. It's like a fucking flow chart. When you do X, Y, and Z, and the next step, it's like fuck, dude.
I don't know. We could get Saffron to confirm or deny this, but I was actually reading up on like Palandra used to be like pretty big in India, like way back when.
Yeah, with the Indian guy, like I remember, like the white boy who dropped it. She had the athletic look. She had on the yoga pants and the freaking Nike athletic running shoes and the sports bra, and she had her hair in a bun. She was waiting for the train to go home, and then she ended up dropping her phone onto the platform because what the platform was, it was a yellow line and then the actual place where you sit, yellow line, and then the platform, and then like benches to sit on, and then this TV thing tells you what time the train's gonna come. And she was texting on the edge, and her iPhone ended up going to the train tracks. And the curry cell saw that, got down, and then picked it up. And the train was legit about to run his ass over.
Dude, at that point, what you do is you just push her down in there.
I was hoping the curry cell would have got ran over so you can learn to fucking and survive, paralyzed, so you can learn this fucking lesson, not to be a fucking simp, but he survived. I was like,
He wouldn't have learned shit.
Like even paralyzed. Legs cut off. Man.
If he got his legs cut off, he would have been just trying to take more showers to his end. Like that's it. Like,
At that point, you just like Oscar Pistorio Max, whatever his last name is.
yeah, Oscar Pistorius, I think.
Yeah.
And she was thick though, I'm not gonna lie, but like that curry cell should have known better because all the brothers, they were just sitting there just watching this nigga just go on to make an ass out of himself. Like,
dude, blue pillism is a danger unto itself.
Yeah. Dude, even the crackhead nigga is sleeping, like basically begging for change and shit. Even he not to do no dumbass shit like that. Even the bum ass crackhead knew. Like that's sad. Crackheads are more based than these dudes out here. That's crazy.
Like, if you gonna go down there for the phone, there's only two things to do. Like either steal the phone yourself or like toss it further down so there's less hope of her getting it. Like that's like just be
Like,
at least has Schadenfreude or something. Damn.
Like even the homeless dude begging for change, you knew not to do no dumbass shit like that. Even he knew. Like,
well, shit, he just poor. He ain't stupid. Damn. How you think he made it that long, goddamn?
Just because he lacks sense doesn't mean he lacks sense.
And the fucked part is, bro, the girl didn't even say thank you.
Dude, that is like insult onto injury.
I would have asked that
Like-
phone back, dog.
Like he literally gave her the phone and shit and made sure it wasn't cracked, and she just looked at him like whatever, and he just took it back. Like,
Women have no emotions, man.
They just
They are
don't.
phones.
How much you want to bet if that dude got ran over and he got turned into just like a giblet like in Doom, and you shoot the fucking the barrel next to a zombie, it turned into a little red pus. If he became that Floyd wouldn't have cared.
No, it's dude. I remember like years ago, like listening to like it was one of those 911 police calls or dispatcher calls. This Floyd, her boyfriend just went crazy because she broke up with him, and he ends up killing her mother, holding her hostage for hours. The police finally get there, and it's like they release the like. As she's talking to the dispatcher, she's like calm as a cucumber. She has no emotion. Like the comment said, well, she was shocked. No, that is not shock. Like she was just passive about everything. It's like that is like straight up sociopathic behavior. And to realize that the vast majority of like either the vast majority or every Floyd is like that is scary.
Yeah, I think this is one mass shooting. I think the school shooting a couple years ago, and one of the this was Incel went into full simp mode and took a bullet for a girl that he liked. He's paralyzed now.
And
I think it was
she's
Parkland.
fucking Chad, and now she's fucking.
Yeah, I think it's Parkland, Florida. I think one of the I forgot which school shooting it was, but the kid ended up like he was a fat cell too. He ended up like taking a bullet for his foot that he like now he's paralyzed from the waist down. He's in a wheelchair for the rest of his life because of fucking simping.
Now, to be fair, if that was his mentality, he wasn't going to use nothing from the waist down anyway.
Yeah,
it was already a wrap.
I'm just saying, like, and if I was a victim of an active shooter situation, I wouldn't save no voids at all. Okay, I'm not. No, they're right there. One's under the table. One's hiding in the closet. Like no, I'm not playing no games. Fuck all that.
Hell no. Like, as far as all this black pill shit, I'd be posting that shit to World Star. I would not be. Hell, I'm being on the sidelines, dog.
Facts, bro.
You know how they be doing when dudes get shot and they like, damn, oh my god, I'd be doing that shit. Yelling and all that. I wouldn't lift a fucking finger, right? Like, oh my god, why you doing that to her? That's terrible. Like, nope.
Well, dude, I'll hide behind cover with my phone out recording that shit. Fuck all that.
Yeah, I'm not about to take a bullet for no void.
And I ain't about to call 911 because I don't want to waste my minutes. So I don't know. Does Metro PCS cover those calls? That your life depends on it. I don't know.
Yeah, Wano is a fucking simp as well. Fucking this is how you know women don't value men who save them. And remember in Resident Evil 4, remember Ashley from RD4?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like
that bitch was so annoying, bro. She was the president's daughter. It's typical
yeah,
Stacy.
But she actually put herself out for Leon at the end.
If I was Leon, I wouldn't have saved her, bro. I used to just let her get eaten by zombies on purpose. I used to use her as bait for the fucking zombies in that game.
Man.
Dude, I just kill her for fun.
Like, oh no, I failed. Oh my god.
I got so many missions failed.
Leon!
Oh, God. Dude, you're triggering me right now. Dude.
And all the fucking the manlet zombies like pick her up and shit and drag her away. And she's like, what y'all gonna do with her? Like,
dude, I'm like, I am a legit Salazar man. No, man.
Salazar, oh, dude, he wanted Ashley too. Salazar wanted Ashley. He was a manlet French Napoleon dude who wanted Ashley. Y'all know why.
I'm only 20 years old. Oh man, I do love that game though. That game
was pretty funny though.
I think I've never played a GameCube in my life though, so I don't even know.
It's on PS2 as well. It's on PS2 and PS3.
Yeah,
and
because
PS4.
It was supposed to be like GameCube exclusive, but then like Sony, then Capcom decided to cut Nintendo for Sony.
Yeah.
Wait, it came out for PS. Oh shit! This whole time.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Xbox too. Like,
why
Xbox
does life keep cooking me like this? What the fuck?
Dude, remember when Ada showed up and like Leon went into full sit mode for Ada Wong, even though Ada Wong is history of fucking Leon over, like in Resident Evil 2, like she gave him she literally rigged the shit to explode.
Like
she could have killed.
I mean, even in the second game, Leon is like the epitome of a beta simp. Like just notice how both Claire and Ada treat Leon and talk to him. There's at least two incidences that I know of where it's like, damn, he just saved your life and you treat him like this. Like, there's one part at the end where like Leon's trying to help Claire save Sherry, and Claire's basically like telling him to like shut up and get out of the way. It's like, damn, man, treating Leon like this.
Yeah, dude. And the thing is, right, Ada Wong tried to kill Leon so many times, but like Leon is still simping for her. This bitch tried to shoot you, blow you up, like, and Leon still wants it. Like,
and the most base character is Chief Irons.
Yeah.
The psychopathic taxidermist rapist.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a hell of a list, but all right.
Resident Evil.
Like, I'll be honest, Resident Evil 2, I actually prefer over Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, you remember in I think it was in think one of the male characters chose to take the virus, turns into a zombie because he didn't want his wife to get infected. I think.
I've only played 0, 2, and 4.
I played 2, 3, and 4.
I mean, I watched a walkthrough of 3 and 1, and my mom used to play Code Veronica all the time. I would watch her, but I never played it. But like Burkham injects himself with the G virus after he gets shot up. I don't know if.
Yeah, I didn't feel bad for him at all.
I feel like I should have at least played one Resident Evil game in my life. Or like at least a Silent Hill. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I tried playing Silent Hill too, and I'm like, whatever. I'm be honest.
Yeah.
Wait, which one did you play?
Me?
2.
Oh, damn.
I played 2. I played 2, 3, and 4 the remake because I wasn't alive when the original 2 and 3 came out, so I had to play the remakes.
All I got is these like old like Japanese games like Zone of the Enders and shit. So I don't know.
Or like Fatal Frame.
Yeah, play them. They're pretty good. But last, remember how in RE4, how whenever they that girl gets captured, I forgot her name again.
Ashley.
The camera always goes to her butt when they're carrying her away on her shoulders, the zombies.
Well, certainly made in Japan. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, Capcom is a Japanese-based company.
Yeah.
And they could do. You're giving me like PTSD flashbacks.
Leon, help me! Mission failed.
Oh God.
Or you're trying to save her,
Dude,
and a zombie with a chainsaw comes from inside and cuts your fucking head off. You are dead. There's some bright red letters in the screen. You forgot to save. You forgot to auto save.
Dude. Like that happened like numerous times with me. Like, okay, I would like after like you have to outrun the statue, and you're going up like that tower. Like I would die at that, but it's like I didn't save, and I have to go all the way back and redo the statue.
Yeah. But notice how I like games for the woman or the main antagonist. For example, in Doom 1, 2016, Olivia, forgot her name. She was the one who opened up the portal for the demons to invade from hell. If you played Doom 2016.
I was never into Doom. I was more into Wolfenstein.
Yeah. Oh, and Wolfenstein, the New Order, and the new one, the new Colossus. This Nazi bitch, Fraught Angle. She was main antagonist of the game. She was such a bitch, dude.
Only one I can remember off the top of my head from any games I played, if y'all ever played Zone of the Enders, was like Zone of the Enders 1 with Viola. But
yeah, it's a good game.
Thank you. At least one person in the world played Zone of the Enders.
Yeah, the game was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Zone of the Enders 1 is like revolutionary and shit. Then everybody played 2, and everybody acts like 1 didn't exist.
Yeah, everybody played 1 did not exist at all. Yeah, but 1 was really good.
I'm one of the few people that actually didn't give a shit about the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo disc and just played 1 because I was into robots. I never played Metal Gear Solid back then.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're getting close to the stream is dying pretty fast here. 17 people left, so we're gonna go ahead and cut it here. Let's start doing some last words. So we got some last words for us, buddy Boyo.
Just Mystery School Max Boyos.
All right, buddy. See you next time. It's like he already left. That was pretty quick. Jack Nickelback, last words, dude.
Oh shit. Yeah.
It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, I was ready for running.
Nah, he literally he dipped out.
Damn. Hold on, give me a minute.
For last words.
Yeah. Fuck. Goddamn. All right, give me like 15 seconds, goddamn.
Okay.
All right.
I can't breed. Blue balls matter. No lives matter.
I don't know. Well, I guess I'll say this. This place might get nuked. So, if YouTube takes it out, I honestly enjoy being around you guys. So,
all right, there you go. Sounds good. All right, buddy boy. And we're there with one. Incel. It's over. At least you guys get to go over to face the stream now, so that's good. Thick Chi. Ah, yes. Thick Boma. Praise be to Hamudi. Yeah. Whew. All right, buddy boy. Let me go ahead and hit this other stream up real quick. Look at Face Elmas' stream, see what's left of it, and then I'll see you guys next weekend. All right. See you guys next time.